Sidebar. No, it's totally fine. I just talk to people from different.
Okay, it is 7:03 p.m. on Tuesday, August 15th, 2023. We welcome everyone out to the Highland City Council meeting tonight. We will start our meeting with an invocation by Councilmember Scott Smith, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Kim Radella.
Our kind Father in heaven, we are thankful to gather tonight as officers in the city and staff and as citizens. We are here to celebrate the fact that we can meet in freedom and liberty and that we're members of a constitutional republic with representative government. We're thankful for the opportunity to serve. We're thankful for the good people of Highland and the privilege we have of living in this part of America. We are thankful for our rich blessings, and we ask you to bless us this night that we may have discussions and in a very civil manner, that we may be kind, but at the same time that we make careful decisions that will affect the citizens of Highland, and we welcome their input as well. We say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we have scheduled a time for unscheduled public appearances. If there's anyone here that would like to come up and address the council on items that are not on the agenda, we'd like to invite them to come up at this time, and if they'd state their name, and please keep their comments to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to come up?
I'm Carly Tall.
See the green light.
It's a red light.
Push it and see if the green light will come on.
Push this.
There it is, the green light.
Okay, I'm Carly Tall, and what else am I supposed to say? Okay, I'm Carly Tall, and I live over by Mountain Ridge. And I came last time, and we talked about the builder and the alcohol. And I came and I told you guys that I wanted more information. And I want to tell you guys what I learned and who I talked to. So I talked to the builder. I talked to the real estate guy. I talked to my neighbors, old, young, LDS, not. I talked to, a gamut of people. I talked to doctors. Thanks to our Highland Days, I talked to policemen. I talked to a gamut of people. I have not met one that without a few sentences of more information is opposed to developing and having nice restaurants and extending the C1 zone over Temp Highway. Not one of my neighbors. And I will tell you this. I will tell you what I've learned. I will declare to anybody my entire life, as long as I live, that I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I will never back down from it. I love my faith tradition. Absolutely. And I still am a daughter of a cop, and I still have seen alcohol do horrible, horrible things. However, my morals and my values, they create safety in my life. And this is why we are conflating this issue. Alcohol is a safety issue. This is not a moral issue. This is not a value issue. And to people like us who may not have a lot of experience with alcohol, we don't know what the laws for the state are. We don't know what the culture is. We don't know that when people go and drink at the restaurants, they're not aiming to get drunk. They're there having a meal, and it's safer than going anywhere else to get alcohol. This is a safety issue, and I will tell you that I'm married to a man who has a master's in data analytics, okay? I don't understand beyond that, but I will tell you, he studied, he went and looked at the studies online. There's one out of Colorado, and it looks at the data points of how many access points somebody has to get alcohol and what the safety is. There's no increase in safety. In Colorado, I don't know if it's Denver or just Colorado as a whole, there are 22 data points, 22 places for a citizen resident to get alcohol over there. We have one in our city, and it's only for rich people. That's it, which I think is horrible anyway. But anyway, if we add 1, 2, we maybe have 3 places for them to get alcohol in a safe place, it will not change the safety in the city. I am absolutely convinced, I would not stand here otherwise and tell you if I did not really truly believe that we will still be safe and our neighbors will feel loved and accepted and not judged. It is absolutely possible to have a drink with dinner and not be an alcoholic and not go crash your car. If you're not in that world, it's hard to understand. But I now get it, and I fully support it, and so do all of my neighbors. I wanted to share that with you before I go. It's back to school night. I appreciate all you guys do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council? Seeing none, we'll now close the unscheduled public appearances and move on to consent item, our second agenda item, consent item A, which is approval of the meeting minutes from June 20th, 2023, and consent item 2B, plat amendment for Ridgeview Plat G. Would you like to pull any of those consent items? Is that a motion?
Make a motion. I'd like to motion to approve consent item A, approval of meeting minutes, and B, plat amendment, Ridgeview, plat G.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Kim, second by Scott. Any further discussion?
Mayor, can I just add a caveat? We received an updated plat today that corrected a couple of very minor issues. That would be the one that we would recommend be approved today.
Is there?
The applicant also agrees with that.
Hey, is it, with that plat, with the changes, maybe you can, so has council seen the updated plat as they're going through?
Yeah.
So
I did the plat amendment B, that is in the amended document.
So,
But
There was a very minor-
another amendment.
no, there was another amendment that happened this afternoon, is what you're saying, Rob?
This morning we had a couple comments for them. It was a minor change. We had to change the lot size that had just gone under 30 for a couple of the proposed amended lots. But the PD requires a minimum of 30 feet, so it was like a third of a foot shorter. So we had to correct that and correct another reference. So
So do we need to make as part of our?
as submitted today is all we need.
So would
to
you
clarify.
restate the motion just as submitted?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent item A, approval of meeting minutes, and B, plat amendment, Ridgeview plat G, as of updated this afternoon.
I'm going to hold my second because I want you to explain that again. I don't understand.
Sorry. So in the proposed amendment, they adjusted some of the lot sizes, and you saw there's some of the middle lots. There's like 3 lots right in a row. Maybe we can pull it up. But the middle lots are being adjusted to just under 30 feet wide, but the PD says the minimum width of a lot must be 30 feet. So we had them updated. Oh, you can see it there. So lots 702, 705, and 708. The original proposal was just under 30 feet, but we had, by the PD, it's required to be a minimum of 30 feet wide. So we had them just correct that, and that was the only real change.
In our packet, they came in like 702 was 29.67 feet. And what you're saying is now the updated plat showing 702 as 30 feet,
30 feet wide,
or 705.
which is consistent with a lot of the other lots in the area and the PD
708,
requirements.
Okay, I have a motion by Kim. Is there a second, or do we need further discussion?
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion by Kim, second now by Brittany. Any further discussion or clarification? Seeing none, let's go ahead and we'll go to a vote. I see Sarah, I was going to ask Sarah. We miss Sarah tonight. I think everyone's aware that she has she's moved out, taken a job out of state. So that passes 4-0. We'll now move on to item number 3, which is an action item. It's the Lone Peak Field Agreement. And we have Jay that's going to be doing that presentation on this. And I believe also the applicants here, if they'd like to come up and address anything.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. To give you a brief overview about this item, on March 21st of this year, Council requested that staff provide all organizations and leagues that use the Lone Peak recreation fields. Those are the ones that are just north of Lone Peak High School and the LDS Seminary building. We received a proposal from Surf Soccer Organization to give them exclusive use of the field. They offered an agreement, and so we wanted to open that up to the broader community to have an opportunity to also participate in proposing their best agreement. And so that's what we're back here now with the agreements that we received. And so the current users of the field, as in the organizations that regularly or who have in the past scheduled to use the Lone Peak Recreation Field, is North Utah County Soccer. They did not submit an RFP response. Lone Peak High School, they use that in the spring mainly, and Lone Peak Junior Lacrosse. Right now, Surf does not use that field. They do not use the Lone Peak field. In fact, we don't have any record of them using any fields in Highland City-owned fields. If they do, it's not, they don't reserve them ahead of time. They may just show up. We do know that they use a field owned by the school district adjacent to Heritage Park. And so we put an RFP out and received no responses. We did receive a comment from Surf saying that if we were to extend the time frame that the city would consider for the agreement from 5 years to something longer, then it would be cost effective for them to make a proposal. And so we reissued it, hoping to get more responses. We did contact those 3 organizations there that you see, as well as any other organizations that we know use the field or have registered and reserved the field in the past. Our only response was from Surf. And we went out of our way to make sure that the high school administration was aware of this bidding, this RFP process, and they said that they didn't need to use it. We went, like I said before, North Utah County Soccer did not respond after being contacted directly. So our only response was from Surf, and they proposed an agreement where the city would have certain responsibilities and Surf would have certain responsibilities. Surf would maintain the field, including mowing, fertilizer, and sod repair. They would make improvements to the field necessary for it to support competitive soccer. They would provide temporary restrooms, and at its discretion, Surf may place equipment, including a shed for maintenance and play equipment, install fencing, place gear, goals, and et cetera on the field, and any other items to be worked out in the lease. One thing I do want to make clear is that this proposal by Surf is just a starting point for negotiations, where staff would use this as kind of what we would start with at the bargaining table. City responsibilities would be to supply water to Surf specifications and timing. Right now, the city waters that field 6 times a week. We imagine that would increase, obviously, in order to support their specifications. maintain water system functionality and sprinkler costs, and we would provide them with priority access to the parkland for use by surf during spring, summer, and fall, Monday through Saturday. We would repair any damage caused by vandalism, maintain and enforce priority usage, and any other items to be determined in the final lease.
Could you give me an example of other items to be determined in the final lease?
I would leave that to surf. We don't have any other items to be determined. We don't necessarily want more out of them. They're the ones that are doing the asking, so our interest in the negotiation process would just be to ensure that the city is made whole and not adversely impacted by taking on our responsibilities. So we would consider the cost that the city would otherwise recover from renting this out at the various rates.
So you couldn't give me something specific as an example that I wouldn't hold you to, but...
Well, the surf may have any other thing, but the city we don't, in this other staff that I've discussed, we have no other asks of them.
I'd say one thing we might want to do that council had previously expressed an interest in that happened, sorry, before you were here, Jay, is council expressed an interest in making sure there was an exit clause in any kind of contract we entered into, and we actually got an email about that from a resident for this council meeting, so maybe that would be something else that would be negotiated, right, in the final contract. I'd say another is kind of just a specificity of what counts as recreation use, like what exactly would surf not want happening, you know, that we would need to enforce not happening on our park.
So I have a couple of questions. Are you finished with your presentation?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So how many active soccer fields do we have in the city of Highland?
Well, the number of fields that could be used for soccer have increased recently, as the mayor made the point to me today, because all open space is now, all those open space fields and throughout the neighborhoods have become, you know, available.
So one time I heard there were 11
Okay.
active ones. Are there more than that, Erin?
I'm trying to count really quickly. Oh, I just found it on our website. There's at least 8 parks, but there might be more than one in some parks, right? Lone Peak has 2, Beacon Hills has 2. Is there just one in Mitchell Hollow, I think? So about in the 10 range, I'd say.
Do we play soccer in Town Center?
Yes, Town Center Meadows.
Did they do games here at Town Center? I thought it was just practices.
I think the field size isn't large enough to do games, if I remember.
What about not Mountain Ridge, but at Heritage Park? I know they have the lower area. Is that big enough for an actual soccer game, or is that mainly for practice?
Practice.
Yeah, okay. Practice.
How about Wimbledon? I think they've played soccer and lacrosse over there.
We had opened that up to play games on. We got a lot of negative resident feedback on that one, so we actually have closed that down and haven't rented it this season. Because having to do with all of the discussion with open space, we kind of wanted to push pause on that one. As staff's reassessed that, we do believe it should be open for practices only, but not games.
I think the big complaint there was porta potties. But
Yeah, well, it was
Porta potties and traffic and parking along the roads and things.
So we're building at least 2 areas in the new Mountain Ridge Park that can be used for soccer, is that correct? And I guess my other question is these soccer fields, I see them used, I jog up that way, up to Caddy Lane and things. Who's been using those mainly? Because it seems to me to be very interesting that none of these professional groups or these groups in the high school are interested in doing an RFP or anything. Where's the high school in your practice?
So I actually had Jay pull up on this. So, well, like if you look on a Thursday, that's our mow day. So Thursday at 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. the city will mow. At 3 to 5 p.m. we have Lone Peak High School sports lacrosse and soccer teams come over, and they take from 3 to 5. At 5 to 8 on one of the fields you'll have the NA. It's the Northern Utah County Soccer That's more of a rec team.
Sure.
Then you're going to have from 5 to 7 on another field, you'll have the Lone Peak Junior lacrosse practice team. And Jay, did you find out if that is a club team, that the Lone Peak Junior lacrosse, is that a club team or is that a rec team? Do you know, Kim?
It's a club team.
That's a club team? Okay. So it looks like we have 3 years, and I went through, so we pulled up March, we pulled up April and May, then I went in August and September to see, so when you get into, here in August, September, it's Lone Peak Junior and the Northern Utah County Soccer that are using the fields. So I got a question on the fields there. I've seen 3 different games going on over there. So I know we have the 2 big fields, but there's a smaller field off the side that sometimes, is it the U8s that sometimes we use that as a soccer team? So sometimes I'm seeing a 3rd field. Is SURF's proposal only for the 2, and so it would leave that 3rd smaller field as a U8 field open, or is it for the entire area over there?
I believe it encompasses the entire area.
The fields, I mean, when we say we have 2 soccer fields, these are massive size, right? Like full-size soccer fields. So often, smaller age groups will break them up and play in, you can have 2 or 3 games going, right? Depending on the age group that you're talking about. And I remember SURF has previously expressed that being able to shift things around will help with field recovery as well, right? So I think in their mind it would be best to be able to utilize the full area for what they need or to store equipment or things of that nature.
So this is for the entire fields there, so even though there might be a smaller field we've seen played on, like you're mentioning, Aaron, is that they can shift their field a little bit. Will they be maintaining that entire area if there's a contract? They'll maintain that entire area? And then in part of the proposal, it talks about the city would be responsible for sprinkler repair and providing the water. Any vandalism that happens, also the city's responsible for that.
In talking with grounds crew, the sprinkler repair is not a big issue. Them playing soccer on it isn't going to somehow cause more wear and tear on the sprinkler heads. They didn't see that as a major negative factor to this.
So I find it really interesting, since the high school is using those fields a lot, why they didn't. I wonder where they're going to move their teams. That's kind of really interesting.
Andy and I, we were meeting with the high school to go over some other construction things around their facility, and they expressed to us that they've recently built a new a turf field that all of the teams have shifted over to. And so we expressly talked to the administration, really wanted to make sure they understood, and they had no concerns. So
is that right?
They must be using
the new turf field.
I don't know the campus well enough. It's in the southwest area,
Okay.
I know.
By the football and
Yes.
So in their football, they have the football field, they've got in their southeast area was kind of a big field right by the football. Does anyone know if that's where they're talking about?
Yeah, that is a big complex, so, yeah.
They've got a turf soccer field and they've got a turf football field. My memory is that, for our conversations, that a lot of the teams are clamoring to use the football field now that it's all turf and everything. I was in the same meeting. What I remember is them saying that the teams wanted to use the soccer field. There may be a 3rd field that I don't remember, but I think it was the football field they were talking about. I kind of remember them talking about, as Aaron indicated, that the teams were kind of queuing up for spaces, wanting to practice on that because it was such a nice field.
So Jay, when I talked with you earlier today, you mentioned the Lone Peak High School sports. When you brought this up about maybe doing an agreement with SURF, they mentioned they did not have a concern. They felt like they could go and move to another field. Is that correct, Jay?
Yeah.
Aaron, okay. Now, there was a conversation that NUC, the Northern Utah County Soccer Association, that they've had priority booking in a lot of our areas. That is where it's a rec league, and I know a lot of younger kids play in that, here in the Highlands, throughout the Cedar Hills and all that. Has there been any communication from them back on that?
No.
Okay. This is a rec league, so they can they don't need necessarily the big competition fields. They need to have, they got U6, U8, U10, U12. Is that?
Nukes. They're of all ages. They also have comp club teams as well.
Okay. And so then but there's been no communication. They're aware that we were discussing this, correct, Jay?
Yes, we emailed both RFPs directly to them.
Okay,
Is it twice?
and then Lone Peak, the Lone Peak Junior Lacrosse, they also, where we're discussing, do you have any communication back from them?
No.
So this is a question not particularly for you, for SURF when they come up and tell us, but I'm curious approximately how many players come from Highland or local areas. So that'll be a question you can think about if you have the stats on that.
Is there other, so Tim, you asked a question, what else have we negotiated? One thing we talked as a council, maybe about time of use for others, that we talked about, is there any windows there that we might be able to have, if there was that? I think the exit clause was something that was brought up, that if we want to look at that as an agreement, if SURF would be amenable, just because this is a public facility, that if we get in and start to find out this is not working for the public, is there a way to, what is our exit strategy? There'd be some of the concerns that way. Is there other questions you guys have?
I had two small questions, concerns. The first one was about vandalism. So the city is responsible for cleaning up any vandalism. To me, that's a huge concern, just because I know Harvey Park has had so much vandalism. So that was one concern to me. The other one was the city enforcing priority use. I would like to know what that would look like.
Sounds like we have questions to that. Go ahead, Kim.
And then I have those same concerns as well, and then I have two other concerns. I noticed in there that SURF talked about fencing it. That's one of my big concerns. I don't want it, it's an open space, open area. I don't want it to be fenced. And then also, using more water. If this is going over our water allocations, then that is something that will be concerning as well for a city to go over their water allocations, yet require citizens to stay within those allocations.
Okay, so I think hopefully, SURF, we'd love to maybe have you guys come up, who's your representative. You've heard some council concerns, but you might be able to address some of those concerns. And just, maybe give us an overview of your proposal and how you see it working.
Okay. Sorry, we hit the mute there. So a couple of items that came up.
Maybe state your name.
Oh, sorry.
I know it's Blaine's.
Blaine Hale. A couple items that came up. The word exclusive was used. There's never been any intent to make it exclusive. Priority is the language we intentionally use because there's no intention to be exclusive. There shouldn't be anything to stop mom and their kids coming out and having a picnic, or a dad and sons going out to play catch. That's not the intent. The intent is to, similar to the damage at Harvey Park. We've also experienced it down at Mitchell Hollow, taking the side-by-sides and spinning around in the grass. That's, I think, more what we're concerned about, which is where the preventative fencing was the thought process behind that. But that was more the intent of the vandalism, to try to stop it by putting in the fencing and things of that nature. So I just wanted to clarify, it's priority, not exclusivity, and it's for public use as well. Things we'd want to try to limit is four-wheelers on the grass, side-by-sides on the grass, but also heavy use in specific areas by football groups that are not paying rent, lacrosse groups that are not paying rent, anyone else that's not paying the city, just showing up and tearing up the grass and putting the cost back on us or everyone else. So we would like to be able to maintain it to a certain standard and let everyone enjoy that standard within those parameters.
So Blaine, help us, because I think this is one of the questions I think the council had was vandalism. So what you're mentioning, you guys are going to have your fields at a little higher standard. You're going to put a little nicer grass. You're going to mow it. So if a UTV gets out there, or like a four-wheeler, and does Brody's on it, you're talking about, okay, now the city's going to need to come in and restore it back to that standard. Is that correct?
I think we can work together on it. Similar to like the sprinkler heads we talked about, needing to replace it. We said we'd replace them, but then there were some concerns about there being specific sprinkler heads and how they needed to work. So it'd be a similar situation where we're we'll go in and we're happy to help fix the sprinkler heads, we're happy to help go in and fix the vandalism, but if there hasn't been sufficient enforcement or fencing or whatever preventative measure which we've requested, then it would kind of put us in a tough spot where we requested measures that would help us protect it, and then we didn't get the protection, and then it happened. Then we'd probably need a little bit more help there. But we want to work together with you on resolving that and preventing it as much as possible.
So at 10 p.m., no one's there, kids go out there and they're going to ride their four-wheelers, comes back, how would you expect that to work out? So now we've got great big figure 8s that have been put in the field. For me to understand, how would you expect that to now work out? You say, hey, I want to have the city crews go over, take out the turf and put new turf in. Share what your expectation is there. Or are you thinking, hey, if that was there, we're up with the police at 10 o'clock, we're driving past. They need to do extra patrols in this area, and they need to capture that. Help us what your expectation is.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So I think that would probably fall under other items to determine in the lease exactly how that would work out. Off the cuff, I think working together and put in new sod and giving us a little bit more of a break on the lease to help us recoup the cost of putting it in. That seems like a reasonable fit. We'll go in and do the work. We just need to help recuperate that cost. And if you can help us do that, then we'll do the work to put it in.
So let me ask you a question. It just seems to me that it makes sense to do some sort of barrier or a fence because there's always people that push the limits. So if you did fence it, what kind of access would you have? Would you have it locked up, or would it just be basically a barrier so that people can come in with four-wheelers and destroy things?
Yeah, I think it'd be a barrier function much like the Murdoch Canal Trail, where it can be preventative for larger vehicles getting onto it.
But there would still be public access.
Yeah.
To me, it seems to make some sense to have a fence there, because if I was a family that came in afterwards and I had a bunch of little kids and they're playing inside a fenced area next to a 45 to 50 mile an hour road, I think there's some advantages, not only to prevent vandalism, but also as a security thing, because you're not locking it up tight with locks, right?
Yeah.
People can access it, it's just you don't want four-wheelers and people to come in and destroy things, which we've seen in the city. We've had it up in Beacon Hills, we've had it in Mitchell Hollow Park, and I think, there's been kind of a move to fence some of those areas to prevent it, at least preventing things. How about a security camera? Would you think about maybe putting one of those and accessing it with your cell phone and kind of?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Would that be your cost or city cost?
Other items to be determined in the final lease.
As long as there's electricity, we're happy to put a camera there.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you have the solar panel thing.
Yeah, the Arlo cams.
Right.
Yeah.
It just seems that makes sense to have at least a camera watching your investment. So.
Investment for the city.
Right.
It's going back to you guys at some point anyway, right?
But you are investing time and money in it.
Yeah.
So I did ask a question earlier to Jay. If you had to kind of guesstimate what percentage of your team players come from Highland or close cities or?
So I'll let Jake kind of dive into more of the numbers. I just kind of wanted to present some clarification on the verbiage of what we were expecting there.
Hello, I'm Jake Carter. I'm a volunteer board member for SURF. It's hard to tell exactly how many numbers because it changes every year, but our single city with the highest percentage of players is always Highland. And then we have Alpine would be next, probably Cedar Hills, then American Fork. I mean, our epicenter is Mount Ridge Junior High. So that's where the majority of our games are, that's where the majority of our practices are, and then Deerfield Elementary, which is more east. So if you drew a circle around that, that would be the vast majority of our players. We do have some small branches like in Cedar City that do our jerseys, but the vast majority of our players would be within 7 miles of here, 5 miles of here, 3 miles of here probably.
So Jake, how many kids, how many kids are you talking that you have in your system? And are you saying half of them?
No, not half. There's only, I don't know how many total kids play soccer in Highland. It depends on what ages. Because we don't, there's probably, I would have to look or try and figure it out but maybe 100, 120?
You're talking, so 120 kids in Highland are part of the SURF program?
On any given year, give or take plus or minus 40. You know, it could be 80 one year, it could be 100, could be, you know, it varies every single year because the kids switch teams, they switch clubs, they move other places, they like this coach, they like that coach, and so there's a lot of movement in that.
So maintaining these fields up to what you would like to do, doesn't that make them safer?
100%, yeah, it does. One of the things I think that's really unique for Highland, and it's interesting that you put out the RFP and no one gave any responses, none. That's interesting to me, given how much we put out there to pay. One of the things I think that's interesting is there has been a lot of field development. So you guys are aware of the Lehigh field, so they put 10 full soccer fields there. So what happens is any of these big developments, the same that's going to happen in Provo when they put in their 20 fields, is it pulls pressure off all of the other fields, right? So all of those teams that were at this elementary school and this park and this place trying, all of those teams are now practicing on 10 full fields. And I don't know, he said, you know, you can have 3 teams practicing on a full field. So you could have 30 teams practicing at one time on those Lehigh fields. So as development happens, it pulls a lot. And I think for some of those organizations, they probably have lots of options that they can get for free or very close to free. So they're not going to put those monies in because they can show up first come, first serve, and there's lots of parks, especially if you're just practicing. If you're just looking for a practice location, it's much more difficult to schedule a game. It's much more difficult to schedule a full-size 11v11 game. That's where you get a limitation, is those kind of things.
So what other fields are you using? I mean, you're talking about that there's going to be a shifting. What other fields do you use in Highland? Are you going to be giving those up if you get...
The only fields that we use are Mountain Ridge and Highland. Is that right? On Mitchell Hollow.
So okay, because we were trying to find out, so would you anticipate keeping Mountain Ridge and Mitchell Hollow?
We probably wouldn't keep Mitchell Hollow, okay. But we've worked with Mountain Ridge for 10 years since we had inception, so we probably would keep working with Mountain Ridge.
So you are anticipating that if you've had those reservations in Mitchell Hollow, that would free up another Highland field?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a question for the staff as well as you, but for example, if we choose option 3 and you pay us $200,000 over a year's period, it looks like.
Yeah.
Aaron, how far did that $200,000 go to developing our new soccer fields in Mountain Ridge?
Before we answer, can I add one other thing to that I think is relevant to that? So if you look at your Parks and Rec budget, and you take out the one-time items, and Brian helped us take those out. I think it's 900 and something thousand, but then if you take out one-time items, more like 600,000. You have 187 acres. I think you guys put in your brochure of parks. This is 9 acres, so you're talking about 5%. So if you take that 600,000 and you take 5% of that, it's not going to be exact, right? You're going to get $30,000 of potential maintenance benefit a year. So if we're paying $20,000 a year, and you're also getting $30,000 of maintenance benefit, you're giving $500,000 of value to the taxpayers of this city for 9 acres, among your 187 acres that you have. In addition, as the one thing I think that's important, because as you're getting your numbers there, the other items we determined is one of the things that we had feedback from the council is, hey, we want more Highland kids using this park. Great, we're 100% in for it. We'll do a free rec league for Highland kids only. And so they may have to pay $10 for a t-shirt, but we won't charge for our time. We won't charge for the fields. We're not going to pay for it, but whatever the cost is, and you can audit us or you can collect the money and buy the t-shirts, we don't care. We're happy to make sure that the value for Highland kids that want to play soccer in Highland is there. And that's like 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds. We're not talking about older ages because they go all over, they go to different teams, but those little kids, they don't need to be super competitive. It doesn't need a big expensive referee. It doesn't need that. They just want to have fun. They just want to go play. They just want to go somewhere that's close to their houses. So we would be happy to provide that for Highland-only kids, assuming there's actually enough Highland kids that want to do that. So if there's not enough, then I think that answers the council's question of, well, we want Highland kids. Okay, well, we gave a free option for Highland kids and there wasn't enough for a rec league, then you have done everything you could for the citizens of Highland from our perspective. So when we said other things, we're trying to say, okay, what is the benefit for Highland citizens? When they come ask you, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Well, we got $500,000 for 9 acres, of which the current total rentals that we could find, and it's not broken out by parks, and it's like every rental for the city of this building, everything there is like 12,000 for the year. So maybe that place is 6,500. So I don't know what all of those people are paying, but maybe a couple of thousand a year. So the value to, and I think it's pretty miraculous that none of them thought they should even say, hey, we'll pay 5,000 a year. We'll put in an RFP for 1,000 a year. They said, we don't really need it. It's not that big of a deal to us. And so I feel like we've come to provide the amount of value that we're giving the Highland taxpayer, the Highland city. We feel like, we're like, oh my gosh, can we do this, right? Like this is a massive investment for a not-for-profit small club, you know, with a few hundred players. It's all the money we've saved since the beginning of time every year, scrimping and saving, we're gonna put into this. So let me say my last thing, and then sorry, Aaron, I know they asked you a question. One of the reasons why it's so important for us to have a little bit longer than 5 years is because we want to actually put some time and money into making the fields nice. So if we invest 2,000 or 3,000 hours in the first couple of years and we're hauling dirt over there and we're doing all this sweat equity and we're putting all this money in to make it kind of nice to play on, because if you're in the youth soccer world, every field you show up at, it's literally a disaster. It's so bad. And so we're like, okay, is there a possible way to like get it? We're not even gonna, it's not like gonna be RSL, but like, you don't break your ankle. It's not 7 inches of grass, right? And so we're just trying to like make it, but in order for us to do that, we can't amortize that cost over like 2 years or 5 years and then get kicked off. So we're just saying, what's the most reasonable amount of time if we put in thousands of hours and $50,000 more, like can we amortize that $5,000 a year over 10 years? Yes, I hope you give us an extension in 11 years, but whatever, maybe we don't, maybe we get kicked off. But so I just I'm an accountant, so the numbers always are clear to me, but there's basically from our numbers, there's $50,000 of value that goes to the city every year. It's not exact because your maintenance, you're not gonna fire a third of a person, but wear and tear on your machinery, all that kind of stuff. We feel like there's a tremendous amount of value.
So where are you going to store your machinery? Are you going to be asking?
On our thing, we have the ability to build a shed,
Okay.
or get a shed, whatever the cheapest.
But you'll be bringing your own equipment in to do that?
We'll bring our own equipment in.
You know, the council also asked maybe about an exit, a buyout. Here's one thing, as a council gets, in 10 years, the likelihood of any of us being there in 10 years.
Yeah, I know, I understand.
And so you always go, okay, how are we binding a new council in the future? Were you guys amenable if we put an exit dollars where, hey, this is the dollar amount we have to pay back if we want to get out of it? Does that make sense?
Yes.
That was a comment that one of the council brought up.
And I don't want to speak for Blaine. Blaine's the executive director. I'm just, like I said, I'm a volunteer board member. My opinion, my advice to him would be, fine, but it has to benefit us at that point. We're trying to do everything to benefit you to do the deal, but if you want to say, no, we're taking it away and good luck, guys, all your plans, everything you tried to do, all the stuff you invested in this, sorry, we're just taking it, and now you're stuck, because, and I get it, they changed their mind, we're going to do something else or whatever, fine, but that has to be not just neutral to us, we have to now move, go find a new location, go reinvest, so it has to be beneficial for us if that happens. So and again, I don't want to speak out of turn, and we don't want to blow it up, but for us it would be hard, because we're going to, in year 1 and 2, we're going to put in, how do you value those thousands of hours? How do you do all the things that we're going to do? And so, yes, the answer is yes, but it wouldn't be like, oh, we pay you back the $20,000 a year or something. It would have to be more than that as a breakup clause.
But I'm just saying you're working with a negotiated exit clause, dollar amount, saying, hey, if the council says, hey, this is really not working, it's public property, we now see there's a dollar amount we could pay to get out of this
100%.
Agreement.
Yeah.
It would be,
yeah.
I'm just saying.
100% amenable to that. 100% amenable to that, yeah. Yeah. I just don't want to mislead you and say, oh yeah, no, it's fine, you can just give us $1 and away we go or something. We just want to make it work for everyone as best we can.
On the fencing, because I'm just going through the question.
Can I comment on the fencing? So on the fencing, I think along the street over there, I think we have to do something. Just because if it's going to be used at the level we're used, we need to do something along there. Along the other part, I think anyone who wants to damage something, you already are responsible for damage and vandalism. If it happens, you already do pay for it. Nothing's really changing in this scenario. But even if we put just a little like vinyl rail fence, just enough to determine the reasonable person who, like, they weren't gonna vandalize it, but they just got stupid on a Saturday night and decided to ride it. If we just put it so it's kind of like, yes, here's the 2 posts you have to go through, and you have to break like a little vinyl fence to get in, I think that will, and I don't know if the police agree, but I think that would deter like 90% of the potential vandals. Is just like, you know what I'm talking about, just like a little 2-slat vinyl thing, so it doesn't look like it's fenced. It's not like a prison. It's not like you can't just, you know, go like this and get over, but like, it's in their mind, like, don't ride your 4-wheelers on this. Because I've been over at Deerfield, and people just come in there with their 4-wheelers, and it's like, this is a school. Like, I don't know how you thought this is the 4-wheeler riding place, but anyway. So that's in my mind, and we don't have enough money to put like some big nice fence around the whole thing anyway, so that's not going to happen.
And do you have many problems with other fields that are rented out with people showing up who aren't the ones who reserve them?
I know we certainly have people who don't reserve the field and just show up. We don't have the staff to enforce that. You know, it's not something that we actively do. I know there have been times in the past where we've had, I don't want to say confrontations, but somebody who has rented the field comes and somebody's on there, and then they have to have a disagreement. Hey, I've rented this, I need you to come off. So I know that has happened in the past, certainly.
I feel like the biggest deal is when somebody has reserved a field or used the field and they're using it to the extent that the neighbors aren't comfortable with it. Like, you know, like the Mountain Ridge Bike Club or the Run Club, kind of thing like that. But usually when people reserve a field and somebody's on it, they just show them their reservation and there it is, that's done.
I mean, one thing about the fields we are talking about, these are not surrounded by homes. And when we look at Mountain Ridge, you have homes that are surrounded by, you know, this is an area that's removed. Now, we do have some development on the other side of high school. And that would, so Chief, one other question I might want to ask the Chief, so if he can kind of be thinking after, is, does this field get the damage? Because I can see we're having problems down at Mitchell Hollow Park, but we're sitting amongst a lot of residential areas where kids are probably have their 4-wheelers that come out from their home. Well, there's not a lot of homes, and if they're going to get there, they got to come across 4800 West, or they're coming back behind the high school. So that would be something, Chief, if you could address. Is that an area because there's not homes, more vandalism, or no, that's an area that has less because the homes aren't by that? But just we'll let I don't know if you want to address that now or just later, and we can still have Jake kind of on things. Why don't you go ahead and address? Is that okay, Jake? Just go ahead and say, what have you noticed about this specific field versus other fields on vandalism?
So these specific fields, because they lie next to a highly visible road that's traveled frequently, we have less vandalism over there. I'm just speaking from the reports that I read and seen, and I'm assuming that that's why there are less over here, where you have other fields that are off the beaten path, or not as many people or not as many eyes on it, tend to have a bit more vandalism. So if you go down into the park, down into Highland Glen Park, we have more vandalism down there because it's more secluded, there are less eyes on it. This being on North County Boulevard is a busy road, and cars are passing by quite often. So that's quite a deterrent, as you can imagine. So we have less vandalism over there, but there's not much over there to vandalize either. It's mostly grass, and you have a parking lot. I would like to get the answer to Brittany's questions of who's going to enforce the priority usage.
So I would just say, if I'm city council and I'm looking out for my residents, as far as let's put a field that's going to be in use all the time or a lot of the time, this is the perfect field because it's surrounded by nothing. There's no houses, no one's going to be mad, there's no neighbors, there's no issues for noise, it's really the perfect place. Our big concern is if we make it nice, it's going to be an attractive nuisance to lacrosse people. Oh, wow, look at that, it's so nice, and oh, I want to practice there. And so year one, no one's going to say anything to you. Year two, people are going to come in here and go, hey, we want to use those fields because they're so beautiful. Like, look at it, it's mowed, it's green, it's nice. Why did you give surf those fields? That's what I'm saying. So right now, no one cares. Right now, it's zero because you go out there, you'll break your ankle on those fields. It's rough. They're rough fields. And so our ask is that there is going to be, as best you can, I understand you can't put a guard there or something, but as best you can, coming over and saying, hey, you know, these fields have priority usage, and you can't, look, if a dad's out there playing whatever, it's fine. If a family's out there, but if it's a team practicing, they can't be on there. That's really, and we previously negotiated with the city sort of this exact verbiage for the park before, so I think we've gone down the path like really detailed as to what is the definition of an organized sport and a team versus what's, you know, just.
So what's been your experience? I mean, here we talk about this. You already are at Mountain Ridge, you're already at Mitchell Hollow, so you already are dealing with this problem. How often are you having that as a concern where you're needing enforcement?
Never, really, because we just share with people. We just share. We don't want to create trouble with people, so normally if it's just like a rec team that shows up or whatever, we're just like, okay, you can use that part of the field. Or
is that what's going to happen here, though?
No, that won't happen here, because this one's going to be more full, and this one's going to be maintained at a nicer level. And so do I think anyone's going to, by year 3, say a thing? No. Do I think in year 2, when it's really nice and people want to? Yes, there'll be some determination. But when we first started renting Mountain Ridge, and all sorts of people were always on those fields in the year 1 and 2, there was a lot of discussion. We haven't had a single discussion in years in Mountain Ridge. It will be the same on this. In the years as people get used to, like that team that used to come here to practice, or this team that used to come here to practice, they'll go, oh yeah, we just need to go to this park or this park, and it won't be that big of an issue.
So I assume you'll post this, have a sign.
Yeah. We'll have a sign.
Especially if you have a fence, just say, hey.
And we'll put I think the camera is a great idea. That's super easy. We all live within, 5-10 minutes of those fields. So, and we'll have, the other thing is we're there a lot. So, I doubt it will be an issue. It's the modern day, so I never know, but.
Mayor, can I just make another quick comment on this priority usage? We're happy to respond over and make the request if there's a conflict. We're not going to be in the business of forcibly removing people from a field. Those are the kind of things that end up on YouTube and make law enforcement look horrible. So we will not do that.
And Jake, I think one of the other concerns is when you're doing, I can appreciate the police officer, hey, is this really something the police need to come and say, hey, these guys have the priority, you need to get off?
We've called the police exactly 0 times for field issues. There have been every once in a while, like refs and people, like, you got to do something, but for field issues, 0 times in our history.
And I think we got to be transparent. The city does shut down, and so, we have, Public Works on call for breakage or things that way, but I'm not sure that they're going to come out if there's a problem at 7 p.m. at night saying, hey, we got a dispute, will you send your Public Works guy here? Am I thinking correctly? I'm just trying to be transparent.
If it's something that's that serious, we'll just leave the field and deal with it later. We're not going to it's not the last stand, it's not the Alamo. We're like, okay, have the field and we'll figure it out later. Like it's a field. It's not that significant.
Honestly, what I would foresee happening is, we work with SURF to figure out who the individual is, right, like what organization they represent, and then staff would have a conversation with that organization at a later time, probably, like if this was an after-hours type of a thing, and explain to them the situation.
So can I ask my question again?
Oh, yes. The soccer fields, the most recent bid that we got, and granted this is it's probably over a year old at this point.
These are the 2 soccer fields, right?
The 2 soccer fields at Mountain Ridge Park. The estimate was $414,000 to build those fields, and that was to Highland City specifications, not a nice competition soccer field specifications, but that was the estimate at the time.
So if this donation would basically pay for half?
About half, yeah.
They pay for 1 field?
Mm-hmm.
So you get one, you trade? It's almost a perfect trade.
So one last question. I've seen the fire department out there playing Frisbee. Are they still going to be allowed to do that?
Anytime. They can play Frisbee right now. You're going to love the field when you can really run.
Council, do you have any other questions of Jake? Okay, thank you. Okay, is there other information you need from staff or anything that way that will help with the decision?
I think I still have a question about water. What are water allocations here? Are we going to exceed those, and then how do we deal with that?
Well, right now, because we don't have any meters on our system, we don't know exactly how much we're using there. But we know that that area of the city is very porous, and you know, you put the water on the fields and it is gone. It, you know, seeks through and it's gone. There's not a lot of topsoil on these fields. So we feel confident that they will use more. You know, exactly how much more will be hard to determine because, you know, if you approve this agreement, by the time we ever get the meter in there, you know, they'll be using it. And so I don't know, we'll have a comparison, but they'll use more. And, you know, as far as where we'll get the water, that'll just have to come from the city's existing water rights portfolio, because with this, we're not buying any additional water, if you will. And so, you know, on the lean years, I think it would be important to have in there that if everybody else has to conserve, so would they. You know, that seems appropriate. You know, this year, a little different. Our biggest problem this year is just the capacities of our pipes. You know, we only have so much capacity in our pipes. We've had plenty, you know, plentiful water, but we can only get so much water to any given part of the city because of the limits in the size of our pipes. As we just went through the last couple of years, there were lean years, and we were asking the citizens to cut back, and we're asking us to cut back, and so commensurately, we would ask them to cut back on those lean years.
So I guess one of my concerns is, you know, once we have those water meters on and we decide what we're going to do, when people go over their water shares, if we're going to charge them for that amount, would we charge SURF for that amount as well, or would the city have to take that on? And then I guess I just still have concerns about what Chief Williams said about, you know, trying to enforce citizens on here and trying to use it and really making it more private surf field instead of a Highland public field. That's a little bit concerning, but I understand this isn't a field that's being used as much as previously, and it is probably the best area if we do want to enter into a private agreement, public agreement with surf as well, since it isn't surrounded by houses, not by a major park as well.
I appreciate Kim's comments. I jog that past there, and I'll be honest, those fields are some of the greenest in the city, though I'm not sure how much more water you're going to need. I mean, there's a lot of places in the city that aren't watered as well, so we take good care of that park. It seems like, it looks like that to me, and that's just as a casual observer. But I support this. I support option 3. I think it would be great to have this $200,000. I think many of the people, or most of the people using that, are going to be from Highland. I think it's going to look nice. It's going to be a nice presentation. I personally, for safety issues, would probably put some sort of barrier, which would also prevent the vandalism. I'd recommend some sort of camera. But I think it's a win-win for the city, personally. And so, after discussion, I would like to make the motion.
So, Council, you mentioned, I mean, as you look at the motion, here's some things I think would be important to see. You know, we don't have in the contract, if the exit clause is important, if that's something you'd like to negotiate, if the use of time of others. I mean, in the proposal, I believe it's that they, that they are the only ones, so if there's any other use. The meters, I think, Kim, you brought up about water. I don't know if you want to put in the motion that, hey, this has to be at a certain level. If it's above this, there's extra charge. I think we need to have an agreement about enforcement, that it would probably not be at the time, it would be at a later notice. That it's the when the conflict is there, like you mentioned, to back off, and then it would be something we could communicate at a later time. The fencing, I think, needs to be addressed, and maybe the cameras and things that way. I'm just, if the council's considering that, if it's a no, then we don't have to. But I would just recommend that council consider some of those items if it's in that.
So let me ask a question for Rob. Do we have to put every one of those items? Because it just seems like that we can give direction to the staff to negotiate some of those things. I think they've heard the council and the mayor express concerns, but that's kind of a hard thing to put in the whole motion.
Yes, Councilmember. It'd be hard to kind of draft what terms you want now, because we're going to have to come up with an agreement. We have one that we worked on a year or two ago, and we'll probably use some things from that. And but if you have direction on certain things, if you're worried about, we want to make sure that there's a rule that we can, if we're restricting water everywhere in Highland, that park is also restricted. if you want to give general direction, that'd be good. We're going to have to bring back the final contract for you to approve.
And so we're going to vote on it again. We're just kind of saying, hey, let's move ahead.
You're giving us a good direction, so if you do have those concerns, I would, highlight them so staff can know what you want us to focus on in drafting this agreement and negotiating it with SURF.
Rob, I have a quick question that I'm disappointed Tim didn't ask.
Yeah.
Step it up, Tim.
Oh,
But
by the
no.
way.
I'm wondering, just because we had that conversation a couple weeks about video cameras, so if we had video cameras, can you let a private group have access to like video cameras that would be videoing city property? You know what I mean? It seems like that would be something we would have to do.
Anyone can record or take pictures of public areas. That's not a restriction. And if they want to protect their things, their shed or whatever equipment, I could see them doing that. But like I said, with our discussion, with the cameras on the roads, I can stand out on a road and take pictures of everyone driving by because it's a public area, and the public park is a public area. You may want to give a warning to people that, hey, smile, you're on camera.
But if like a dozen different residents came and said, can we put a camera in your park, we wouldn't.
Normally, no, we wouldn't allow anyone to put any private cameras, install them in our park without our permission. But the city can grant permission for private use of a public facility on whatever the city determines is best.
Would it be fine if the city just monitoring the camera? As long as somebody.
Okay, we ready for a motion?
Is there any further discussion? Let's go ahead and have a motion.
Okay. I move that the Highland City Council authorize staff to draft an agreement with Utah Surf Soccer Club for option number 3, which is a 10-year lease beginning May 20th, 2024 to June 10th, 2034, and with the $200,000 total paid for the lease over a year's period. And I would just like to add some of the stipulations that have been mentioned that we'd like the staff to look into, such as water usage, fencing, concerns about vandalism, maintenance, different things, the things that the mayor listed. And bring that agreement back to the city council at a later date for full approval and discussion.
I have a motion by Scott.
I'll second.
I have a second by Brittany. Any further clarification on the motion? Okay. Let's go ahead and go to a vote. That motion passes 3-1. Okay. We will be, I'm sure that will be coming back as an agreement, but I appreciate SURF and all the time they've put in. This has been a long time coming to get to here. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 4, which is a resolution of the reorganization of the Timpanogos Special Service District. This will be Aaron Wells.
It will be me, though, full disclosure, as this first slide outlines, Brian Braithwaite has been involved with the district a lot longer than I have and has knowledge, so I might be leaning on him for answers to any questions you have. So he was reappointed in 2020, but has served on previous terms there. Next slide, please. So in 1976, TSSD, Timpanogos Special Service District, was formed underneath the umbrella of Utah County as what we call a special service district. Though at the time that the district was formed, the operations were delegated to something called the Administrative Control Board. So even though it's under the umbrella of Utah County doesn't really run TSSD. It's this Administrative Control Board and the staff there who do the work. In addition, not all of Utah County is serviced by TSSD. So for these and other reasons, both the Control Board and the county are looking to part ways in the amicable way. They just don't feel like it makes sense for TSSD to be underneath the umbrella of Utah County. So they're looking to become an independent special service district. To do that, every city underneath TSSD's umbrella has to give consent. So we have this draft resolution before you that was drafted by Utah County to do that. There will still be a board of trustees. Highland's current appointee, Mr. Braithwaite, would continue to serve in that capacity. They'll be appointed to either 2 or 4-year terms, just to kind of even out those term seats so that not all of the board rotates off at once, but there's no limit on renewals. So as long as Brian is willing to serve and council sees fit to appoint him to do so, he could stay there. Day-to-day operations is still going to be managed. I mean, really nothing a lot changes except the technical aspects of the board, or of the district, I should say. So, any questions, Mayor and Council? You have a smile, Councilmember Smith.
Well, and I support this, and I think it makes good sense, but I got laughing because the county commission wants to get out of this, but yet they're appointing 4 members of the board, one of which is from the county, so I thought that was interesting. The other thing is I read through this, and I think it's nice you're shortening your name, but they talk about a special service district the whole way through the agreement and say, we're going to eliminate the word special.
Yes.
I just thought that was really
So it's now become TSD, and we're all going to have to drop an S in the acronym that we tend to use there.
But I support it. I think it's a good move. But
if I remember correctly, I think the 4 that the county appoints, aren't they, they're the specific ones, right, where they have to be from Eagle Mountain?
Yeah, one's from,
Eagle Mountain and Vineyard, those cities that don't entirely, or excuse me, their boundaries aren't entirely encompassed by TSSD.
And then they appoint the current director of the Utah County Department of Public Works.
You're right, so they certainly will still have a role.
So they're still going to have somebody on the board, plus they have someone on the board from the South Valley Sewer District, because we're representing part of Suncrest. I just thought that was interesting. We don't want anything more to do with this board, but we're going to have people on it.
Can we have Mr. Braithwaite come up? Just I have a couple of questions from Mr. Braithwaite.
I thought you'd never ask. So excited to talk about the poop plan.
It's 8:08. We just went out. So, Brian, we appreciate you serving on this board.
Thank you.
Maybe you could share with us a little bit about how the board is made up. I know it says that this is a fairly large budget. I mean, this is all of our, as you always come up and say, this is all of the poop station.
Yep.
This is, we're spending a lot of money. There's a big budget here. So who's the board made up? I think you're part of the, if you want, what's your position in that board, and what's their budget and things that way?
Yeah, this really is a big part of the budget, and unfortunately it's going to continue to grow. When you have a huge plant like this, it takes years and years to go through all the legal and environmental issues to prepare it, and you have to do it far enough in advance that you're looking at what you're forecasting where the county, North Utah County, is going to be in the next 10 years, next 20 years, and 30 years. So you have to build in advance, and if you guess not enough, then you're going to be starting the next build, and it's going to cost more. If you build too much, then you're having people pay too much. I mean, it's quite a process. So all the cities they're involved are Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, Lehigh, American Fork, Highland, Alpine, Cedar Hills, Pleasant Grove, and most of Vineyard. There's a small section because of the elevation. Orem takes care of that.
So why does the county have the opportunity to appoint 4 members?
Because the bylaws require it for right now, but we're going to be changing some of those. One of the big reasons that we wanted to make the change is because a couple of years ago, one of the cities was upset, and one of the county commissioners was from that city, and with 2 votes on the county commission, they could have taken every person off of that board and reappointed everybody and put whoever they wanted in, so 2 members could basically change everything for all of these cities in North Utah County. And we looked at that and said, that isn't right, that 2 people could have that kind of power over cities that should be able to manage this ourselves. We've been managing it really well. Somebody got upset, and they were wanting to make that kind of change. Luckily, it didn't happen, but this is an opportunity where not everybody's upset. Everybody's all friends now. We're all good. That's the best time. Best time to go get a loan is when you don't need it. The best time to change these agreements is when there's no contention, there's no issues. All the cities are on board with this. 9 of them are voting members, and the rest are not voting members. And so that's part of the issue. We are a full-fledged voting member. All the ones that have the full city within the district are complete, fully voting entities, which gives us a full vote to it.
So who's the members? Like, is it mainly city council members? Is it appointees like yourself? What have you noticed down there as part of the board?
There are two elected officials, two city council members, no mayors, and all the rest are appointed. Some of them are city administrators, which would be an errand kind of person. Some of them are public works, and the majority of them are not part of that at all.
And what is your position on, because I think you've actually been down there quite a bit since the sustainability. Are you?
So I'm the chair of the finance committee. And so all the bonding that we're going to be doing in the future and anything that has to do with the revenue and those kinds of things, our committee is responsible for making those presentations and recommendations. But the whole board votes on all of that stuff, so we don't have control over all of it. We just do the recommendations.
How big is the budget? I mean, like when you're talking, what is your annual revenue?
The annual revenue is about 18 million, but we're talking about in the next 10 years, we will spend probably close to $800 to $1 billion for infrastructure increases because of the size. So it's coming from a couple different places. We've got regulations, new regulations that we have to meet for water cleanliness and those kinds of things that are coming from the state and from the federal level. And we're also growing, and you have to do it. And we've had a lot of huge changes to what the growth is coming, and we have to anticipate it. So we're doing a really good job in trying to make sure that we're creating a new treatment plant that is more efficient, more cost effective for the bucks that we're putting into it. But we're going to double the size of this again.
I mean, is this going to be a lot of federal money helping out this? Or
we have a lot of federal money coming in right now that's helping from the COVID thing like we have as the city. So we have applied for those and we have received some of that, or are in the process of receiving. We have to be shovel ready, and we've been working on this. So we have to do some things. We either have to have the plant started with the construction, or we have to have received a certain amount of the equipment. And if we do that, then we meet the qualifications. We're doing everything we can to meet those.
So of the 18 million, are you thinking our sewer rates are going to double or triple? When you go to 800 million, I mean.
No, but we're immediately going to start having the impact fees will be going up immediately as we're now getting these new numbers that are coming in. And that's one thing that we're really trying to be careful with, is to make sure that the numbers for those who are coming in and causing this kind of increase, that they're paying their fair share. So we will be evaluating our impact fees on a yearly basis so that we make sure that we stay ahead as we watch these costs continue to go up. The Utah Valley Realtors, or Utah State Realtors Association, is highly interested, highly involved in this. We're sharing the information with them, but all we do is plug in what the real costs are of having to build this out, and it adjusts by itself. And they've agreed with the formulas that we've been using. And as we can show that those are real costs that we have to pay, it just, you plug and play. It's a formula that we're not apologetic of what the cost is, because it's passing on the true costs. There's no profit going to the board or to the cities.
So this is just a question of curiosity. So this district serves kind of the east side of Eagle Mountain. Where does the rest of the sewage in Eagle Mountain go?
They process their own. So we process everything on this side of their mountain, and they have their own facility on the other side. It's because of the flow. It's not worth pumping it over the mountain.
The ranch part, what's called the ranches of Eagle Mountain, is coming to Timpanogos Sewer, and the city center is going to their own plant.
Correct.
Like, okay.
I mean, it's ballpark, yep.
That's interesting.
So they as well, because they are not fully inside, they're another one that doesn't have a permanent seat. Now, we have 2 seats that are not permanent, that both they will have and Vineyard will have, because they have such a large portion. So they receive the other 2 seats, and then the other 2 are non-voting. So the county is a non-voting, and the Draper
South Utah, or South Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Did our city administrator just fall asleep?
I think she almost dropped.
We don't want to say it on the video, but she went to sleep.
I blame Brittany's cookies that I might want to be reaching for.
It's my boring poop plant story here.
Any other questions on this proposal to change in a sense, the county's coming off the responsibility here and changes here on the board?
And appreciation to Rod Mann. Rod Mann is the one that got this thing moving. If it hadn't been for him, it wouldn't have had any legs, any momentum. So he's done a great thing for Highland City and the other cities.
Good.
Yes.
Okay.
We good? Awesome.
Thanks, Brian.
So I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Highland City Council approve the resolution consenting to reorganization of the Timpanogos Special Service District to be known as the Timpanogos Service District. I think we have to eliminate that special district out of there, but it will be a special district. Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Scott, second by Tim. If there's no other discussion, we'll go to vote. Are you logged in, Tim?
Mine disappears.
So would you like to go ahead and do a vocal vote?
Sure, yes.
Okay, you good? That passes 4-0. We'll now move on to expedited items, number 5. We have, the first item is 5A, which is a resolution to update the Lone Peak interlocal agreement. That will be Aaron Wells also.
Thank you, Mayor. As we talked about earlier, as we've spoken about earlier, some confusion has arisen lately in our Lone Peak board meeting surrounding who steps in for who and who gets to vote in certain situations. And so we've been working as staff to try and clarify that. We did come and talk to you about this about a month ago, and we talked a little bit about board rotation. I need to correct myself on this item. I was looking at a previous draft of the agreement. The current agreement that is in place does outline that Alpine and Highland switch off that chair position every other year. And so we haven't made any changes to that because we didn't get any final direction from council on that regard. So very high level, so the draft changes that you've got in front of you clarifies the number of board members who need to vote in certain situations. Most of the time it's just a majority, which would be 3 for that board. But on occasion of things like issuing debt, it would need to be 4. It clarifies that the chair gets to vote even if they're chairing. So normally the chair only votes in case of a tie. But if the person who is chairing because they are filling in because the chair is absent, I hope that made sense, they still get to vote. So we did have an email from a resident regarding a question to that, and we as staff feel like we're comfortable with the language that's presented on that. Again, you can only fill in for your city, so Alpine can't fill in for Highland or vice versa. And a quorum has to include 1 member from both cities. Chiefs no longer get to tell me whether or not I can do their performance evaluations, because that's technically in the agreement, not that either one of them have ever held that over me. It outlines that it's not just those of us who serve on the management committee, but other Highland City employees who do work for the district. Adds that we can do contracts with other district employees, which we have done traditionally in the fire department for deputy chief. And just some clarification, where we use the word department instead of fund, because those mean very specific things in the government finance world, and we operate like a general fund with departments, not separate funds for the different fire or police groups. So if you're happy with the changes that you're seeing, it will go to Alpine City and their next council meeting next week. If there are other things that council wishes to continue to work on with this agreement, I know there's been talk here and there, we would recommend at this point, we feel like staff's taken our best stab to just do the clarification job that we were supposed to do. If there's something innate to the board that you want to change, we would recommend that city councils get together and start to have conversations in that regard.
I appreciate your work on this. Can we hear from the members of the board?
Yes,
And what they think about the changes here, because Mayor, you're a voting member, and Councilwoman Beals is, Sarah was the chair, if I remember correctly, and she's gone now.
So one of the reasons why this has come up is that there was there was a time where Sarah, if she wasn't there and Alpine had their alternate, we were confused, did that alternate come up and take that spot or not? And so this helps clarify that, no, the alternate that is there cannot step in for another city. Does that make sense? So it's, if Alpine happens to have an alternate there, so right now you have, Highland has the chair, which was Sarah, and then you have two board members from Highland, and then you had 2 board members from Alpine. But there was a time that Sarah wasn't there, and that alternate came up and chaired, and there was a question that came up then. And so this clarifies that. I think it also helps clarify the financial aspect that you have to have at least 4 there, of that vote to kind of do it. The other aspect is, at least on any vote, at least 1 member has to be from the other city. Does that mean that it can't be, if you have a city that also, let's assume you have a 2-2, so Highland's 2, and also Alpine's 2, and let's assume Alpine happen to have the chair, also they can take it. This protects that at least you have to have at least 1 vote from the other city to kind of keep it even. Correct, Aaron, am I understanding, and Rob?
So you like the changes?
I think they're okay.
To be clear, you don't have to have a vote in favor from both cities.
You just have to be present.
But someone has to be there, so there's a vote. Someone has to be there.
I was going to say, we could have 1 person gone, it could be a 2-1 vote.
It can still be a 2-1 vote. You don't have to have a yay, you could have the chair and 2
Well, no, because we
vote.
specified there's got to be at least 3.
So if you had a tie somehow where it was 2 from one city and 2 from the other city, they're just opposed, whoever was chair could vote in favor. So that theoretically could be all one city voting in favor. We haven't changed it. That's been the rule for a long time. What we clarified is you can't even hold the meeting unless both cities are present.
So if you have, like in this situation where Sarah was gone, you can't have somebody from Alpine represent Highland. So in that situation, if it's a 2-2 tie,
Then there's no.
The item gets continued, or you discuss it so you can convince someone to change a vote. And that also was clarified that the chair, if the chair is absent, it's people from the same city step in to chair. It doesn't ever switch over to the other city.
And that probably helps. There have been times, to be very open, when Alpine had their chair and they weren't present, and they asked me, their chair called and asked me to chair. This clarifies, no, it needs to be from that city to have the chair.
Because they're in charge that 1 year.
Yeah.
And the next year, that makes sense.
so I'm good with this.
you don't, I just want to make sure you don't wish to see other changes in it, that it's good like
The only
that.
other changes, I guess, it would almost be nice to make sure if there was a motion that you had 1 from each city, so you didn't have it. But however, for finances, the one thing that was also, that stayed in here, or we made sure, was that they were, to be very transparent, is that there was a discussion about doing with the preliminary budget, that they would not, that the board would not pass a preliminary budget and let the, have the council see it before. And I think Brittany, we kind of said, no, we believe the council, meaning the city councils, need to be bought in before our budget is approved. You can't approve a budget and bind the cities to the, so that was one that was some discussion that we made sure was not in the agreement. There was some discussion about doing it a different way. So right now, each city can say, hey, we're not going to fund. So let's assume there's a disagreement amongst the board. We can say, well, hold it, the way we resolve this, we don't fund it. And so you have to come to some resolution, and it will usually be over funding. When you have votes, very rarely is there a difference if we're trying to do something for the fireplace. If the police are getting new weapons, or there's new turnout gear from the fire department, those are usually all unified. It's when you get down to the budget that you start seeing, hey, there might be some differences. I mean, transparently, we are paying 66% of the cost as Highland, and Alpine pays about 33%. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Highland City Council approve the resolution approving and adopting amendments to the interlocal cooperation agreement between Alpine City and Highland City governing the Lone Peak Public Safety District.
I'll second.
Motion by Scott, second by Kim. If there's no further discussion, let's have a vote. Is Tim here?
I think he had to take a call, but.
Okay, so at this time,
There's
Tim
3 of
Ball
us.
is absent during the vote, and I think So we'll just see how this goes. That passes 3-0. Tim Ball was absent. Okay, let's move on to item number 5. This is a public hearing and a resolution of the financial year 2024 budget adjustments for the Open Space Special Service District.
We actually need to have this motion done first, Mayor, because you're moving into your duties as the Open Space Special Service District.
So we need to do, okay, I'm sorry, okay. Is there a motion that we now move into the as Special Service District? I'm sorry, that's.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Brittany would be, okay, so I have 3 votes where I will now, as we're now acting as the board members of the Highland City Open Space Special Service District.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council, Chair, and members of the board in this capacity. This item is a companion item. The two will mirror each other, one specifically for the Open Space District, and then the same companion item for the city as well. So by way of review, this comes as the next step as a result of direction from the council to remove the open space fee that some residents were paying. What that means here in these budget amendments that we're proposing would be a removal of the fund transfers, the general fund transfer to open space, would redirect revenue from sale of property to the Parks Capital Fund, where that previously would reside in the open space fund. Removes projection for interest that would have been earned if the fee were still charged in the open space district. And then the biggest component, but really a simple handoff, if you will, to pay homage to the upcoming football season. We're handing off open space expenses to the general fund. If you reviewed in your packet, this is a snapshot of a portion of what we shared with you on the left that is highlighted with the black border. That is the budget that was approved back in June that included expenses running through open space pending the decision of the council. And on the right-hand side are the changes that are necessary to move forward, identifying in some cases the new accounts, or if there are no changes, simply zeroing out those amounts like the interest line. So, moving forward, once closeout of fiscal 23 is completed, then staff will bring back to for the board and council's consideration how to distribute the funds in the open space fund. And then attention will turn to dissolving the district, which may take, at one point we thought that might take a 3-year process. But staff's reviewing that with legal counsel. That may be a shorter time frame. As it turns out, we'll bring that back there at a future time for your consideration. So, happy to take any questions, and otherwise have the proposed motion for your.
And we do also need to have a public hearing on this. So if there's questions on this, is there any questions of Tyler?
I have a question. And I apologize, Mayor and Aaron. I was going to call and talk to both of you about this before the meeting, and I didn't because we had a little gum in our hair issue this morning I don't need to go into. But I had a question. So, and I had talked to Mayor and Aaron previously about this and said I was okay with this waiting until we got the safety study back. But last spring we approved a couple of speed bumps for Viewpoint, and the discussion was that we would take that money out of sales that had happened and the open space fund. Now that we got the safety study back, kind of, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything imminently happening. I guess I'm concerned that that money was kind of set aside and that was something that was passed, but now if the money moves to the open space fund or to the general fund, then I guess I'm interested in knowing how that would affect those, and then wondering if there are any other expenses that we had already talked about coming out of the open space fund
that we had not spent yet before we move all the money back.
So great question with regard to the fund balance, and that would be where the sale of property resides in the source of the speed mitigation that you're talking about. That's not necessarily, unless council directs, that's not being proposed for decision tonight. And we will bring that back once the fiscal year 23 is closed out. And you can make that a determination if you want to stick with the previous discussion or make a change.
Well, it was a discussion, but I thought it was a vote.
Yeah, it was a vote, that's why I'm asking.
So I think we need, I support the sales going into the general fund because obviously we've eliminated the open space fee, but I think if we voted in the past to do something, that if we're not going to do it, then we need to go back and.
Sure.
And I'd recommend maybe what we do is we direct staff to go look at what that motion was, because I don't know if the motion was saying, hey, we're now looking for the traffic study, and if that comes and shows that it warrants to have speed. But, one of the concerns, this is, and we're going to talk to viewpoint, because this is where that motion was done, is I thought that it was that we wanted some information to come back to say it warranted. Because if we are going to go spend money on a speed bump, and it only benefits 15 homes, I think we have to make sure, but that's why I'm not sure of that motion. So I think it'd be wise for us to understand what that motion was.
So I think the motion was for the speed bumps, but I'm totally amenable to bringing it back and making sure, and I'm totally amenable to making sure that we're doing the right thing for the city as a whole. I do feel like this whole thing with safety concerns has been something that we've just kind of keep kicking down the road, not just in Viewpoint, but in other neighborhoods. And it doesn't seem like we're going to have any resolution really about the way that we're going to approach it. And so I guess that's my concern is not just Viewpoint, but generally. And then I specifically do think the motion said that, but I'm happy to revisit that and look into it.
So Tyler, you mentioned this has to still come back no matter what. Is that
correct? Correct. Okay. So the main focus with these items tonight is eliminating the transfer from the general fund to open space, and instead running expenses through the general fund. Then at a future point here in the next couple months, we can bring back this information that.
So then also I think there was the Wild Rose. I don't know if Wild Rose was put in this fund. I just think we need to know, okay, where did that money go from Wild Rose? Because there was specific money that was coming in from the developer, and I think the city said, hey, we're going to take half here, but the other half was supposed to stay there at Wild Rose. So we need to also look at that, as one of the aspects there that when you talk about.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And then on the traffic study, the traffic calming, I know that as a council we approved some traffic calming measures here just last time, and I know Andy's been looking at, I actually spoke with Andy about where those might be going, and some safety things, but there's also the traffic calming study, and I apologize, maybe we actually had a copy of it there at the Fling. There is a draft copy that's now been presented, but you are correct, Brittany, we've had an outlier about traffic, and that this isn't necessarily about this motion, but I think what you're saying here, there was some money that we thought we might use for some traffic mitigation that's in this open space fund.
Exactly. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what of that open space fund money had kind of already been earmarked for different projects.
You bet. We'll do a thorough review to make sure we catch anything that has been transferred in or funds that have come in from sales of property.
So just as a little sub-context or corollary, though, I think Councilman Bills has brought up something that's very important. We keep talking about safety, we keep talking about traffic mitigation, but so far not a lot has happened. And we've had several neighborhoods come and complain. And I just think now that we have the traffic toolbox and different things, we probably need to look at different parts of the city and say, what can we do with the funds that we have? Because I think we need to show the citizens that we are actually doing something and not just talking about it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So I was kind of, Andy showed some things about how we're going to get feedback. So we are looking about ordering, the council's approved some temporary speed tables, or if you want to say speed bumps, or traffic mitigation things, and then how do we get feedback if this is working for the residents? And so Andy was working on that today, and I know that we had some communications that they were getting some, I knew it's taken a long time, and there's a lot of areas, we've had a lot, we probably need to address the speed of each road of the city still, that we have the traffic mitigations come. There's been a lot also, it's also coming out.
But we broke up the city in various areas for encroachment and improvements and trail and stuff. It just seems like we could maybe just take some sections, say, we're gonna look at this part, what can we do?
Okay.
Like put a speed table in front of the Redlands or.
I think that's good. I think, so we, budget-wise, but I think that's, Aaron, I think, hopefully you kind of heard, we still, I know there's a lot, we're going through, oh, we still got this, that was one item we still recognize we need to come back on the traffic mitigation. Okay, with this, we're going to now open up this item for public hearing. So the public hearing at this time is open for the financial 2024 budget amendments for the Open Space Special Service District. Does anyone like to come address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll now close the public hearing and bring this back to council. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the board approve the resolution adopting the adjustments to the Open Space Special Service District fiscal year 2023 to 2024 budget.
I'll second it.
Motion by Kim, second by Tim. Go ahead, we'll go to vote. That passes 4-0. We'll now move on to another public hearing. This is item number 5C, which is dealing with the financial year of 2024 budget adjustments. So this is the current year we're in, correct, Tyler?
So, Mayor, do we have to come back?
Oh, I'm sorry. We do need it now this time. Do we need a motion, Rob, to come out? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Can we get a motion on that?
I'll do it. I move to adjourn the meeting of the Highland City Open Space Special Service District and reconvene the Highland City Council meeting.
All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Back in. We're now back as council. Okay. We'll now have this as the budget adjustments for 2024, and then we'll hold a public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Similar city's budget. So happy to answer any other questions that you might have. Otherwise, public hearing and your proposed motion is here for your review.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time we open this item up. Item number 5C for the public hearing for the financial year 2024 budget adjustments. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone like to come and address the council?
And that's the adjustments that he showed on the big.
That's correct.
Okay.
Seeing none, we'll now close public hearing and bring it back to council.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the city council approve the resolution adopting the adjustments to the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Tim, second by Scott. We don't have a vote thing up. Okay. That passes 4-0. We now move on to communication items. Communication item number 6A, which is the city council vacancy. Aaron.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you indicated earlier in the meeting, Mayor, thank you, Brooklyn. We are missing Sarah tonight and sad to not have her with us. Unfortunately, we do have to make a plan to replace her position, so, touchy. Wanted to kind of give you an update as to what our plan is and get some feedback for how you want that appointment meeting to go. So hopefully over the weekend you saw a postcard come in your mail advertising this. Kudos to Brooklyn for getting that done for us quickly. It's on the website as well, and we're hitting kind of our social media and texting alert systems this week. As a reminder, applications are due September 5th, so the day after Labor Day. And then that following week, September 12th, we're holding a special meeting at 6 p.m. to do the interview and appointment. That has to take place as a public meeting. Just for way of information, there's no public hearing associated with that meeting. It's just council deliberating and voting and interviewing candidates, but it is a public meeting.
So we'll do it in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It'll be in here, over the microphones, recorded, everything that way, just there's no public hearing component to it.
Okay.
So at this point, we have had 6 applications so far, and actually 1 partial application I found out, just kind of doing one last final step on that. So these individuals are listed on the website as well, and here's who has signed up to be considered so far. But like we said, we have till September 5th, so there's some time to go yet. Okay, so 2 things I need from you is to kind of give us an idea of how you want interviews to take place and how you want the voting to take place. I'll give you some guidelines that the state law provides us, but within those guidelines, we actually have some discretion there. And what we would like to do is, state law says that we can adopt a resolution kind of outlining how we want to handle this process. So we're asking for some feedback tonight so that we can draft that resolution and bring it back to you for your final vote next on September 5th. Excuse me. So, okay, how does voting have to look? You need to do a vote among the candidates. If no one gets a majority, meaning nobody gets 3 votes, we do a second vote amongst the top 2 candidates. There are provisions where a coin flip may be necessary, and there also are positions where the mayor may vote in case of a tie. So it really will depend on, like, if everybody votes for one person, you know, so you have 4 top finalists, or if there's a 2-2 vote, it will depend on what actions happen next. But ultimately, if nobody gets a majority in that first vote, we go to a second round of voting, and again, a coin flip can be used to break a tie if there happens to be another tie, or the mayor can vote to break that tie. So let me give you a few examples of what other cities have done to kind of give you some ideas of what you might want to do. So Alpine, 3 years ago about, had 5 candidates who were interested when they were filling a seat. So they allowed for kind of an introduction period, 3-minute introduction, and then the council members just got to ask whatever questions they wanted of each candidate. And then they did an open ballot voting. So think ballot like you're filling out who you want to be, not necessarily I move that John Smith be appointed, right? So it was a ballot versus a motion. It got a tie. There was a second round of voting. There was a tie, and so the mayor ultimately broke that tie. American Fork, a year later, had 12 candidates. They had quite a lot. They did the same type of a thing where they gave an introduction time period for the candidates, and then it was just an open discussion where it wasn't very structured, and so candidates kind of just said what they wanted. Maybe a council member would ask a clarifying question, but it wasn't a very structured process. Then they had an open voting to narrow the pool so each council member chose their top 2 candidates. I think they did that because they had so many, they wanted to narrow it a little bit. And then from those, then they did a public motion, meaning I move that John Smith be appointed to the city council, or Jane Smith. That did not get a majority, and so they did a second motion, which ended up passing unanimously with a different candidate. Cedar Hills, just very recently, had 10 candidates for their opening. Again, they did an introduction for each candidate, and then every council member got 1 question that they got to ask the candidates. Ultimately, they're ones who did a secret ballot, meaning that they probably passed it to the city recorder who tallied, but it was a secret ballot where they voted for their finalists, and anybody who got a vote moved forward. And then after that, so those finalists got asked some more questions, and then ultimately they did a public motion on their appointee. After a series of 2 failed motions, the mayor broke the tie in that situation. So, kind of giving you that as a background to be thinking about. First question I have for you is, how do you want to handle the interviewing? Do you want to do introductions? Do you want to have a list of questions that you know you're going to ask? Do you want each council member to have their own questions? Let's start there. Or do you want to do time limits? Do you want to do preliminary rounds? We'd love your feedback.
I like exactly how Cedar Hills did it.
So as a reminder, so kind of an introduction, every council member gets one question, secret ballot, and then some more questions from there when you have finalists.
You know, I like Cedar Hills too. I kind of like the secret ballot a little bit because these, the people that are applying, great people, it's going to be a little subjective, I think, on what we decide. And so I kind of hate to, you know, if I'm the lone dissenter, that I don't want someone to, you know, I think I like the secret ballot idea, like Councilwoman Rodella. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, interestingly, in those Cedar Hill minutes, they voted to get rid of all the speed bumps in Cedar Hills.
In that same 7 minutes?
Uh-huh.
They're getting rid of all the speed bumps?
They had a discussion on getting rid of all the speed bumps, yes, in that same meeting.
Now, so this week, our meeting is a special meeting. It's not a standard city council meeting. So the reason why someone say, hey, are we going to be having a public comment? The reason we're not is because this is a special held meeting. This is not a city council. Is that correct, Rob? You know, so this would be just a council decision.
Correct. This was reserved so the council would have the time you would need without having to worry about other agenda items. So this is because it's not a normal council meeting, there won't be the unscheduled public appearances. It's really meant, it's one of the few times that you just decide. It's not for the public to decide, it's for you as council members.
I mean, it doesn't stop the public sending in, hey, I see the following candidates.
They can always submit comments to you.
They can call you, they can text you, they can email you to advocate for any of the candidates. The candidates can reach out to the city council or the mayor and before the vote and do advocacy that way. So I mean, it doesn't stop that there's not anything before, but at the meeting, we're talking specifically about the meeting, so what we're talking about, it would be a 2-minute intro for each candidate. Then each council member would then have one question that they'd ask each applicant. So you'd have that one question and then each applicant would answer that question, is that correct? And then it go into secret ballot. I actually like the secret ballot because you're going to be working with this person. And so if that person really, so now here's where, if it's, let's assume the vote comes 1, 2, because there's 4 of us. What will happen is that the person that gets the 2 votes, the person that's the 1 and 1, we will then turn to Stephanie. She will pull a coin out. She'll come out here and she will assign what we talked about. She'll assign each one of them. One will be heads, one will be tails. She flips it, and whatever they win, that person then will go back in the pool of that's out of that candidate if we can't come down. And then you have another round of questions. Correct? Am I understand? And then that vote will happen. If one of the appointees, now will that be a secret ballot? The second vote, is that still secret?
It can be.
Because the council will have that second vote still secret.
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a secret vote. If there's one person that garners 3 votes or more, they are now on the council. If the vote happens to be a 2-2, at that time, then the mayor makes a decision, or does it go back, because it says they had 2 failed motions. I'm just trying to.
They were doing it by motion. We're doing it by ballot. So at that point, if Stephanie, reads the results of the secret ballot and it's 2 and 2, your vote is not secret because you just then decide who was on the council.
But it's not a coin flip. If it's 2-2, it's not done through a coin flip. It's done the mayor.
Done by the mayor. You vote to break the tie.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because we talk about a coin flip. Does everyone understand the process and okay?
Let me make sure that I understand. Do you for sure want 2 rounds of voting? Like you want to do some finalists and then go? Or so that you have 2 rounds of questions?
Yeah.
I think it depends a little bit on how many candidates
come in.
I mean, if it stays at 7, maybe you don't need 2 rounds. If it goes up to 12 or something, I think you would.
We'll draft it probably, I think at this point, as if there's going to be 2 rounds, and then on September 5th, we'll round our final count at that point and can remove it. Okay. Just thinking that I know that others of you have told me you've talked to other people who are interested, so I'm assuming that our list is going to grow at this point.
And when we're talking about asking questions, so the way we're talking about doing it is not one candidate at a time, it's one question at a time with all the candidates in the room.
So would that be, my understanding, so Brittany, you ask one question, each of the candidates come up and have either a minute or two to answer your question. Then Scott asks a question and they come up, is that my understanding how the process you're thinking?
I think that would be the most efficient.
That's what I was thinking. Do we have to ask the same question to each candidate?
There's nothing in state law that says you have to.
So that one council person gets to ask a question. You could, let's just ask as a council. Do you want to say, okay, that council person has one question that they can ask each candidate? And that could change, or do you want it to be the same?
Well, I would think it'd be okay to change the question, because if you're the first one that asks, after a while, you kind of you know what to say. I think it's good to kind of...
So each council member has one question they could ask. Do we want to keep it to 1 minute response?
Yes.
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 Okay, so each council person, you get to ask each candidate one question that can change. They have 1 minute to respond. As we go into the second round, if it goes to the second round, is it the same aspect where each council person gets that? I guess it'll be more narrowed down so you can kind of do the same thing. Is that right?
I'd still keep it at a minute.
So just to clarify, so we'll have the applicant come up or the candidate come up, do their 2-minute introduction, and then we'll go council. Do you want the mayor to ask a question because the mayor may vote?
Do you want the mayor to have the opportunity to do that?
Sure.
Yes.
No.
I got 2 votes. Tim, what's your vote? Oh.
What did he say?
I hasn't said.
You're the tiebreaker.
If you say no, then it comes down.
No, he's the tiebreaker.
Yeah,
if you say no, he's the tiebreaker, so.
What they're saying is does the mayor get an opportunity to ask the candidates a question?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll do candidate, 5 questions, next candidate, and then 5 questions, 1 from each of you. We'll just go through whoever we have.
Okay, this is serious stuff.
Okay. Okay, anything else on this? So is there, Aaron, you have any other questions on this? Have we gotten clarification is everyone clear on how we're moving?
Rob, you get to draft this. Do you have clarification?
So if we have a large number, so the way state law says basically is, state law anticipates 2 rounds of voting at most. Are we adding a third to narrow it down if we have a larger pool? Is that what we're saying is you want to have state law basically says you vote and whoever gets the top 4 people, or the top 3, or the top 2, in case of a tie of some kind, that's it. Does that make sense? So if you have a pool of 30 people, and every council member votes for a different person, you end up with 4 candidates, you do 2 coin flips, narrow it down to 2. Do you want to just go that way, or do you want to have an additional round where we limit the pool down again?
So let me ask you, maybe I have the better, let's assume in the first round, that candidate gets 3 votes. To me, then that's done. Does that make sense? You don't go to the second vote if you get 3 votes, or do you want to go to the second round no matter what?
At any time, if there are 3 votes, it's
majority
done.
vote.
That is the decision.
Does state code say we can't just let this be like a fluid thing? We have to outline all the details?
No, it's more of a fairness thing for the candidates to know that we have a policy and this is what we're following for it. So every candidate feels like they got a fair shake at presenting their case to the council.
So I think, Rob, your question, if the first round gets three votes, if one person gets 3 votes, you're stating it's done. Or council, do you want to make sure that no matter what, there's always, it's just the two top votes, and then you go to the second round? Is that the question, Rob, or am I not?
Yes, just if we have like a large number, do you want to have like an initial, everyone lists 2 candidates that we narrow the pool down to just those, and then we do another round of questions or voting or something of that nature? That's what I'm asking. Because state law basically gives a way to just make the decision. We're just asking, before we hit that, do you want to, if we have a large pool, a way of shrinking that down first?
Like American Forks, they did, you choose your top 2, right? And those ones moved on. And maybe that'll depend on how many we have and things of that nature too.
Council, what would you like to do? Do you want to have 2 rounds no matter what?
Yes.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. So do you like each council member can have 2 out of the pool, and then we'll go from there and have an additional round of questions, and we'll do voting and voting.
Yeah.
Till we get to 3.
There might be a highly likelihood that coin gets flipped. Just fine. Just make sure you choose some good candidates. Okay. Any other clarification you need, Rob, for that resolution to come back?
No, I think I have the council's direction. And if I got something wrong in the resolution, we'll fix it in our next meeting. But I have a good direction.
I'm just curious, Rob, I understand we're following state code, but is it just too late in the season to have like a special election for a 2-year term?
Yes, it's more of there's rules about, basically when you can do it, and some of it's just practicalities of having the election. It's too late to have the whole process. If you do it before the candidate filing period.
So if this had happened before.
If this happened in February or
before June 7th.
We would have been fine, and we would have had a different process to follow. Because we're after the candidate filing period, we have to do this process instead.
Yeah.
So, and as a clarification, this is to fill a remainder of Councilmember Peterson's term. So it's, 2 years and 4 months approximately.
Right.
So this isn't just until the next election.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. Our next communication item is item number 6B, alcohol communication plan.
I hope this one goes as well as the last one just did. So, Mayor and Council, what we've got before you on this is staff's met together and talked with the mayor and Rob to kind of come up with a draft for what we're planning to do to try to get you the feedback that we think that you're looking for to make the decision related to the application for alcohol laws. I'm going to give you a high level. Here's what our plans are. So starting next week, we'll start communicating out to the public that we're going to be holding an information session and give them some we're trying to, this can get to be a very complicated issue, especially when you're talking about, well, what did state law mean at the time and what zone are we talking about? So we're going to try to really make this very simple and say, here's what Highlands laws currently are. Here's what the applicant is proposing. Come to an information session to learn more, and we're going to be sending you a survey in the mailbox. Trying to keep it as neutral as possible, but just state the facts of here's the law, here's the proposal, come and learn more. From there, so the information session, we actually would like to hold it at Mountain Ridge Junior High just because we don't think that we can fit everyone. We think there could potentially be a lot of interest in this. So the junior high is available on this date. Again, it would actually it would be an information session, not an open house. So like a formal presentation time rather than an open house mingle type of a time. And so, but honestly, it would be very similar to a council item where staff would again give a presentation trying to stick very high level to the facts, right? Here's our current laws, here's the application, here's some terminology you need to know about what a limited service restaurant is, for example. So staff would present, we would give the applicant time to present, but both of us would have some time limits because we want to keep this to an hour at the maximum for our presentation time. From there, we would like to field written questions that we get. We don't want this to become a public hearing because this is not the place for a public hearing. We feel like that should happen at a city council meeting. So rather than doing an open mic type of situation, we'd like to field written questions that we get from the audience at that point. At the end of the meeting, we'd remind them, okay, here's how you're going to give your feedback, to city council is by this survey that's going to be coming in the mail. Please watch for it, please fill it out, please send it back, and then we'll have a city council meeting. So that would be what we're thinking for a formal meeting. Here, and then we talk about the survey. So what we'd like to do is immediately following the information session, we'd have the survey would hit mailboxes immediately following that. Because we want people to hopefully come to the information session or watch the video before they fill out the survey so that they're educated on this topic. Brooklyn's done had a lot of conversations with our mailing and printing company, and so they do have a method where we can, put a unique identification code on each survey so that we would be able to track to make sure that people aren't duplicating, right? That we're not doing ballot box stuffing where they're filling out multiple surveys. We'd also include kind of an information sheet, same type of a thing, right? You know, here's the basic information, go to the video to learn, you know, if you didn't come to the information session, here's a link to the video. We would actually, because we're trying to turn this around so quickly, while we would send it all in the mail, we would have a link on the postcard, or not the postcard, the survey we get in the mail, they'd have a link where they could go and do it online, so they don't have to do it in the mail, but the online link is not something that we're going to broadcast ourselves, right? It would just come in their survey. 2 questions I have for you on this that I want you to think about as I'm kind of going through. Originally, council gave us the direction to do 1 per person, like try to mail 2 per household. One thing that our printer question he asked us that we hadn't considered is, well, what if somebody lives alone? That gives them the opportunity to do 2 rather than just the 1 that they're entitled to. So consider that. And then also, do you want to know what number belongs to what household, right? What unique identifier? We don't ask that because I want to know what that household said, but I ask that because if somebody says, I didn't get my survey in the mail, right, it got lost in the mail, or I got thrown away, or my, you know, dog ate it, whatever, I want to be able to provide them a replacement, but if I want it to be so strict that I know that they're not duplicating, I need to be able to cancel their previous one to do that. Or do we trust people enough that we don't think they're going to go through that effort? Just how strict do you want to be on this, right? Because we're trying to honor as strict as you want, but at the same time, making this feasible as well for everyone. Survey questions. As we talked about, survey questions can be biased, certainly. Staff's going to do our best to not make that happen. What we'd like to do is, because that information sheet has, you know, kind of the basic information, we think that we can ask very factual questions at this point, just essentially, should alcohol be available for sale in some commercial businesses in Highland? Yes or no? If yes, what do you think about off-premise consumption? So meaning the grocery stores or state liquor stores. Again, if yes, what do you think about on-premise consumption? And then of on-premise consumption, which type of licenses are you okay with? Everything from the limited service restaurant to a tavern.
Do you want us to chime in a minute? Or
I got one last slide, and then please chime in. So, ultimately what we're asking, because we're trying to bring it back so quickly, is a very short turnaround time. So people get the surveys, and then 2 weeks later they're due. We're going to be constantly, the mail-in surveys, adding them to our information, and actually I will need to have a part-time staff member give them some extra hours to get this done in time. So, because we would need to have it done in about 3 weeks, get everything compiled, and bring it back to council on October 17th is our intention. So please give me the feedback you have. I'm curious especially about the survey questions I asked you, but any other feedback you have on this, because we want to do it in a way that it gets you the information that you need to make this decision.
I have a comment about the survey questions. Could you go to that slide,
please?
So I guess I'm just wondering, do we want to ask questions about things that it doesn't seem as if we are considering, or that we haven't talked about considering?
The first one is we're not considering doing some commercial businesses off-premise.
I think that biases the survey if you open it up that
Absolutely.
way. And so the intention was, because obviously you're acting on an application that's in front of you. But I think that as we've talked through this, we've realized that we need to address this on a more broad basis anyway. And so that's why we ask more broad questions, certainly. But if you want us to just be very specific and just ask about this application, we could go that route as well. We just worried that it would get to the point, well, okay, so after we deal with the application, then it's like, well, if we do want to make changes, what does Highland think about other things? And then you wouldn't have that information.
I guess I'm not even saying just about this application, but maybe just about the question about should they be allowed for on-premises consumption? That's really the thing that we're considering, and if we consider that for all zones, but I'm not sure that we need to ask the other question. But that's just me.
I disagree with that, though, because I think, regardless of what this comes, this is the discussion we need to have in the city, whether we're going to allow or disallow alcohol sales. And I think we need to clarify things, because when we had the discussion 2 weeks ago, it's pretty muddy because the law in the city housing statutes have been updated concerning what the state now does. I think it'd be nice to resolve this issue of alcohol sales and not leave it confused. And that's what I think.
I think that's for another meeting. I'll be honest, I am not a fan of mailing out a survey without context behind it. Go back to your first slide, Erin. Your very first slide. Sorry. I like August 21st, September 4th. I like information meeting details, simplified info, current law, applicant proposal. The Mountain Ridge meeting, I want the surveys there. I am not in favor of surveys coming to your mailbox.
I'm very much in favor of everybody getting the chance to have their input. So I think
exactly, yeah. And I think that a great outlet for that is to be able to come to information session and actually understand the context behind this. When you mail out a survey, I mean, very rarely are you going to find a survey that's not biased.
When we have a city council open, okay, we're doing debates. We have a city council, we have a debate session for the new applicants. We don't make it just those people who are voting have to be at that debate session to be able to vote. I get nervous where you're saying, if you're not at the information session, your voice does not be heard. I get nervous about that. I think where the staff was saying, hey, I think if the survey goes out, we look at it as a referendum aspect, meaning you do want them to have the information of what is the reason why some would want to have alcohol sales, but there needs to also be, why would there not be alcohol? Some would be against that, and you can rebuttal it, but I think you've got to let the residents have a voice. To me, what I heard from the council is you want residents to have a voice. Now, if you're going to say no, and that's up to the council. If you're saying no, they have to only be at that information meeting, and we're only taking votes at that information meeting, to me, that does not sound very American, because you're saying, okay, you can't vote unless you are at, I'm just saying, to me, it just does not seem like we're really trying to be open. We're just trying to say, unless you come, because if now you get that information meeting, once again, you can then get as many people you want there in favor of that, so you can have 200 and the others don't come out, that still doesn't give the voice. Meaning that because you might have, I don't still know what Highland wants. I'm trying to find out.
I guess every person has an opportunity to come out, though.
No, but not all 21,000.
But it's the advocacy. I'm trying to take out that what happens is sometimes we always hear about the vocal minority, that sometimes they will go and be very loud. I'm trying to understand, is this the direction? Is everyone okay with that direction? If they are, then we need that information. If they're not, we need that information. And we shouldn't be scared about that, well, they're not educated enough to make the decision. Well, I think that could be said about a lot of things in life.
Well, I guess I look at the question, if you just ask those two basic questions, I think there's no context behind it. I mean, they're pretty biased as it is, putting that right there and sending that out.
Okay, go back to the question.
Well, and to Councilmember Rodell, I absolutely agree. I used to be on the other side where I didn't want that, and the more I thought about it, I appreciate your point of view, and I appreciate some residents' emails that we've gotten, that context matters in this conversation and this decision. And so our intention is actually, while we can't duplicate the information session, is to give them a fact sheet along with the survey that says, here's the basic information, right? Like, here's our current laws, here's the application that council is considering. Please go watch the information session to learn more, to get more context.
Okay, so you won't just send out a survey just with these two?
No, absolutely not. And I'm sorry, I did not make that clear.
Please don't do this unless you've read the following information presented.
Do you think like you work with the developer though to say this is, what we want on our part of the survey, and then,
Absolutely. I was thinking, because I want it, I think I need to give him a word limit or a space limit kind of a thing, but he's given, his application, right? So take something from that, craft it, make it your own kind of a thing, give your
even like
proposal.
A link if they want to do a video link or something, if you want to do digital.
I don't think we should prohibit that at all, certainly, right? So he gets a paragraph, right, maybe, but then, for more information.
I guess that was my biggest worry, is just sending out a survey without any context behind it.
I agree.
Context. I'm sorry.
Aaron, can you show your previous slide?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, the question one? The one about the survey
The
questions?
one before that, I think. The first one about sending out. So I guess wondering about is simplified info with the current law status and the applicant proposal, but then we're going to ask them questions that aren't relevant to that applicant proposal. I guess that was my question.
We struggled and we went back and forth on that, whether we asked specifically about applicant proposal or the more general. And staff landed more general just because we feel like while you're acting on this one application, it's going to have a broader impact. And we thought that you could get to that applicant proposal that way, because essentially, okay, so if you found that a majority of the people said, yes, alcohol should be allowed in some areas, and yes, I want it for on-premise in limited service restaurants, I think that if that happens to be what the community wants, and if council agrees with that, then I think that gives you what you need still. While it's not about the application itself, that was our thought process, but if you would like to see it more specific.
Well, I'm not sure, because I feel like there would also be an option, like that would say, could we offer 3 licenses within the city or something? And so I feel like if we're not just offering them like the 2 options, then I feel like, how do we know which other ones?
Well, so I guess what I've been hearing is this option number 1 is, should we allow sales off premise? I don't think the council, you take that off. So what we're talking, the question is, should alcohol sales be allowed on premise consumption? Now, to me, I'd also like to have a little definition of what on premises.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because then you could say,
you'd have to define, in that instruction sheet, you'd have to define what does on-premise mean and what do these different license types
and
mean.
then you have down, no, I'm not interested in having alcohol. Yes, I am interested. Okay, then you go down. If the answer was yes, or if, then you can ask that second question. If Highland was going to do an on-premise license, would you be in favor of it being, of what Brittany said, up to only 3 licenses? Does that make sense per city? Or things to try to help get, okay, are they?
Or you can, I mean, we have those same things of wine, mixed drink.
Correct.
You want to include beer.
Do you want to only do beer? Do you want to also include wine and mixed drink?
But are any of us considering a tavern?
No, that's what I'm saying.
So I don't think we need
I
that in
haven't
there.
heard the
Just at my
council.
house.
Now, guys, help me understand. Is the council considering off-premise? Now, Scott, you mentioned, do you want a question about off-premise where they can do it in a grocery store?
Well, my concern is whether you're going to allow beer sales in grocery stores and not only, unlike at Harts or something.
I would put that, if you're going to ask that question, that's not your lead question. The lead question should be on-premise.
Yeah, I don't think
And you
we
can
want
have
to
that
say
as an item
liquor
down the
store.
road. But if you get the survey too long, people start to back away. I think we got to try to keep this to 3, 4, max 5 questions.
Yeah.
Keep it brief, but okay, so in a referendum aspect, so this is where you're asking about the developer. If there was a referendum, and Scott, you can help me also what we did with Sunday closing where that, but in a referendum, you get to have those who are in favor or went and got the signatures of the referendum, this is what they state. Those who are not in favor of the referendum, or if this is what they state. But then both sides got to read what the response was, and then they get to rebuttal again. That way, if there's talking points, you go, oh, this person did a better writing job and put some better talking points, you have a second rebuttal to the talking points. And that way, I don't know, that's what a referendum does.
Well, and Mayor, we've eliminated, so we had talked about that. I currently don't have anything like that presented. Like, I don't have the intention of including anything that's like, no, I don't want the application approved and here's why. And the reason I did that is I don't know how to choose that.
That's why I think you can get, that's why I say, I think you can have enough if it be the applicant wants to put it, and I think you have, if it be council or residents would put the other. I think that's, when you're talking context, they've got the survey, and this where I think Kim's right, the majority aren't going to go watch the video. And if they are, they watch the first 2 minutes. We've heard from, that they watch about 2 minutes and that's all. Now, our meeting is going to be probably a good 30 minutes. Some will watch all the way, but 2 minutes in, we better have enough juice in there that they've got enough that they feel like they're somewhat educated. But then you do want them to read, going, okay, these are the talking points from both sides. I think I'm now going to have to take the survey. At least that's what I was thinking.
I just want us to be careful because this isn't an election. This isn't a referendum. This is a way for us to be able to get the information we want to get out there to be more transparent so we can make a decision that we feel like is best for the entire city and our residents. And so I just want to be sure that this isn't being treated like a vote almost, or an election, because this is an election. Whatever results we hear back, it's more of a, we're getting the information out to our citizens so that they know that this is an issue that's coming and that the city council is the one that's voting on it. They are not voting on it, it is us.
Right, and I appreciate and agree with that.
I agree.
But I think we need to be very careful, like the mayor said, defining what on-premise means, because if I read that just off, not knowing the context and things, I would think that we're asking if people can drink beer in their house. Do you know what I mean? And we're not talking about that. I mean, people can buy liquor and drink all they want in their house if they want to, but I think we need to just define that carefully, that we're talking about restaurants here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Let me ask the question again to make sure I got the clarification. So, there was one planning commission member who actually said, I'm okay with off-premise, I don't want on-premise. But if that's no sentiment from any of the council, we don't need to ask that question. Do we want to ask the off-premise question or not?
No.
The rest of the council, off-premise question.
I guess it depends on, and I understand the argument here, you're just talking about whether some restaurants should offer some type of alcohol, but does that really clarify what the alcohol laws are in the city, if we make it that specific, Rob? Because it just seems like, you know, because the grocery stores and Hart's going to come back and say, hey, you let alcohol be sold over here, why can't we sell it? I mean, how does this work?
I think what will happen is, based on whatever the council decides ultimately regarding the application and citywide, the on-premise restaurant type sales, I think if the council has no interest in considering the off-premise sales, we would just, as part of our overall code amendment for whatever you do decide for the on-premise stuff, we'll just amend the off-premise stuff just to clarify that, so that's not hanging out there as a weird, you know.
So you'll clarify it because there's a lot of confusion.
The question is, do you want us to ask a question about it, or are you pretty clear, you know what direction you want to go on that? The only real question is the on-premise stuff.
So council, do you only want to ask questions about on-premise, which is at a restaurant, or you like either limited service, full service, you know, or what they have here, or do you want to also ask a question about off-premise, which would be more selling beer at a grocery store? Or, you know, I don't, when we see alcohol, you know, the state liquor store, I guess that could be in the future. I just don't see in the next 5 years that's probably coming here.
I doubt that would ever come, but we were trying to, the questions were designed to cover every single base.
So I've been persuaded. I think I eliminate the off-premise question.
Meaning that I think what the sentiment we're getting from council has no interest in allowing for off-premise sales, and so
Right.
staff should work on drafting an amendment to change
We
that,
need to,
or to clarify that.
Clear, okay.
And I think, well, speaking for myself, I also have no interest in a bar or tavern.
Okay, so no,
But I mean, that's just me though, we should
What
hear
you're
from
saying
everybody
is when
else.
you ask about the on-premise, you're only asking about limited service or full service. You're not asking, we are not considering a bar or a tavern.
I think you put bar or tavern in there and it biases what people are thinking it's going to be.
How about a pub?
Well, I think, isn't that a tavern?
No, that's because they serve.
It's British.
Yeah, I don't know, what's the difference between a bar and a tavern?
A bar, you have to have
Some
some
food,
food,
a
a bar, you have to have some food at, a
I was
tavern.
gonna say, a tavern's a bar, a pub.
A
The
bar,
pub would be a bar.
yeah, because you have to have some food at a bar, a tavern, you don't have to have any food on your menu.
I really just want to ask what it is we're really trying to find out.
A bar, Alpine Country Club.
No,
is a bar.
they're a special fraternity, there's a weird
A
license.
private club,
A private club license.
but they have a bar.
But they have a bar, but there's a special rule just for them. I guess we could address that, but that would be on,
But
if you're not continuing to allow it
It's
for others,
simple.
I think they would just continue doing what they're doing. If you're not continuing allowing others to have a bar-type establishment.
What is that question as council, what information do you want back?
Can I ask more question to Rob? So there's a lot of restaurants in Salt Lake that they serve food in one half, but they have a bar in the other. How does that work? If we allow limited service or full service, how does that affect? Can they put a bar in the other part?
Yeah, so you can, under state law, you can have different areas that are licensed differently, as long as you have some kind
In
of
the
like.
same building?
You have like often they'll have like a swinging door, so it's still open, but it's like, this is the bar portion where you have to show your ID to enter it. And so a lot of places don't want to have that because that restricts allowing, kids to come in, that's more the restaurant style. Is we want to still sell it, but we don't want to have to ID everyone and keep minors out of it.
Well, thinking like Texas Roadhouse in Lehigh, I would bet they're a full service. They have a full
So
service
you'll have an
license.
area that's designated, so if you go to like Texas Roadhouse, sometimes, or Slackwater and Sandy, they'll ask you, are you adult, do you mind sitting at the bar area? And they'll check your ID for that, so you can sit there, but that's why they'll have the designation, but only adults, over 21 are allowed into that area. It restricts families being able to go in there, so sometimes it's harder, depending on what they're trying to serve as their clients.
But that's not what this developer is asking, right?
No, their petition was for a limited service restaurant. So limited service means wines and beers, kind of like the pairings that they talk about.
Can't we just make it really simple and just say, in Highland, should alcohol sales be allowed for on-premise consumption in some limited service restaurants?
Or you could,
Like,
I
just
think you can
easy.
ask for full service, you could go down, if yes, should alcohol sales be allowed on premise? When you put down on premise as a restaurant, would you be more in favor of a limited service, which is, and we find out limited service, or a full service?
If you're, yes, it sounds like the direction council is giving us is, I only want, answers to questions that you're considering. So if you're only considering limited service, great, but if you would like to consider full service, let's ask that question as well.
So again, what's the difference?
Limited service is just wines and beer. Full service could be other higher alcohol drinks as well.
Okay, so limited service, they can have a beer, and is it like 5 selections of wine? Is that kind of, is that?
They can sell wine, but they have, by being a restaurant, they have a certain amount of food they have to sell, and there's rules about how many drinks you can serve before someone sits down at a table and orders food. They have a lot of operational and training requirements involved in it, but limited service just refers to the level of alcohol content they're allowed to sell.
Okay, so what we're asking here, that's why when we ask the question, you need 1 asterisk, and the bottoms of this means the following. Then if you put
And
that
we're going to
full
very
service, you put 2
simplify it.
asterisks.
Yes, we're going to
Put that bottom.
figure out a way to make it as clear and as simple as possible.
Right.
Because it's difficult for us to convey it and in a way that makes sense for you, and you have a lot more experience in this, so we want to make sure it's really clear to the residents.
So if the applicant's just asking for limited service, why would we broaden it out?
Do you have any interest in broadening it out?
I don't.
Well, to be honest, they did ask to add beer to the amendment, so it was full service. It was mixed drinks and wine, which was allowed in the zone across, and then an amendment for beer as well. When I made the motion, I did limited,
You
and
did
took out the
limited.
mixed drink. But I think that should be allowed since that was part of the amendment that they were allowing.
Jay, was there an original application
Should
for
be on
full
there.
service, or did they specify the license type, Rob or Jay?
They asked for full, I think.
Did they? Okay, I apologize, you're right. I must have been remembering your motion, Councilmember Rodella.
So I'm sorry, I get really annoyed because the other liquor laws in the city were granted because even though the council repeatedly has voted against beer sales and alcohol sales, we didn't upgrade our code when the state changed theirs. So it's kind of like, if it's not prohibited, it's permitted. And I get tired of hearing that argument because there's never been a council that has permitted that except by inertia. Is that right, Rob? Have you ever found where the council voted for all these other alcohol sales?
You're correct, Councilmember Smith.
So it was just, it was permitted because it wasn't prohibited because of
Correct.
inertia, basically. So I get kind of a little tired of that argument because no council's ever voted for that in Highland.
Okay, so are we just talking about 3 questions? One is, would you be in favor of Highland offering sales of alcohol, and I guess it would be on an on-premise location. And then, if it's no, but if it's yes, then they go down to the next 2 questions, limited or full service, and that's it? Is that, council, if you had those 3 questions answered, can you make a decision, or are you needing more information past that? Is that keep it simple enough?
So being that I was incorrect on that, do you and they were asking for full service, do you want to just ask about full service, or is it those 2 you want to kind of choose between? Well, not between, I should say. Of course, you can flat out say no, excuse me.
So if they say no, but if they say yes.
Yes.
Are you okay with limited service? Full service, do we want to ask limiting also the number of permits? Or do you want to have that be more of a council decision?
Yeah, that's more of a council. Limited service, full service.
Okay.
Or none.
And then that would be up to the council to decide if we're going to offer it just everywhere or if it's going to be limited to 3 licenses in the city or something.
Are we saying that the survey is going to let people choose whether they allow limited service and then whether they want full service, because there might be a breaking point there?
Yep, any alcohol, should alcohol be allowed for on-premise? If yes, are you okay with limited service? If yes, are you okay with full
And you're going to
service?
define what that is.
Correct. So 3 questions, I think, is what we're down to at this point.
But I think on the top of the paper, my thinking is, please, before voting, please either go watch the video entirely, or please read the following to try to become educated about why we're asking these questions. And then I think you work with the applicant or other residents about why they would like to, why their request is and why they see it, what are the talking points. And I think you have the talking points on why would Highland not want to allow alcohol. Are you guys okay having the talking points that way?
Yeah.
I do not want to draft those as staff.
No,
That's not my
I'm not
place.
asking staff. I'm saying, council, what would you like to have go with the survey? What information do you want to go?
Do you feel like you need a counterpoint to the applicant's proposal? And if so, how do we go about drafting that? Who does that?
Well, I think you got people passionate on the council on both sides. I think the council members, you can have put those together. Does that make sense?
I just worry about pitting you guys against each other. I certainly don't want to.
There's going to be so many people who want to apply for that position after this.
Council, how do you want to do it? Do you want an information sheet to go with the survey?
Well, I think,
there has to be.
what we got is we do. It's just, do you want
How do you want to
that
draft
to
that
also
information?
have
It's not that the council
a
person to
counter
reach out to people in the community or the applicant and ask for help on that. It's not.
Well,
Or do you
I can see the developer being the one who does, he's the one
Okay.
who's asking for this amendment, so
Have the
he has
developer-
to do the explanation of why they're asking for this amendment.
And who would make the information on the other side? Who do you recommend? If we have the applicant do it on the one, who would do it on the other?
So I can see why they're asking for pros and cons, but why doesn't the applicant just explain why he's requesting this?
You're the
Because I
one
think people are going to be pretty
do
passionate
the
one way
pros
or
and
the
cons
other
yourself.
about alcohol sales.
So you don't feel like, okay, so, and I'm just going to, so you're allowing one person to do a sales job. I'm just going to, the applicant can go do his sales thing, and that, but you don't have any counterpoint. And that's the question. You want a counterpoint. Hey, he might be asking this, but this is some things that that others are concerned about of that applicant. If you want the applicant, to me, it just seems fairly strong sales oriented that you have only one side going out. But
So I think you do need a counterpoint, because there's a history in this city of basically not selling alcohol, and some people feel pretty passionate. So I think you need to relay that.
So, Mayor, do you think the information on the other side, it's not strong enough to just have the city code and say this is what it is currently, and then on the alternate side, this is what we want to change to? I feel like we're making it more complicated, like this full service, limited service. I just want to know what people think about the idea. So I wonder, and to me, it's a pretty easy concept to understand.
I think like the developer just saying this is a context behind why I would like to change the amendment, but as a person on the whole, you're the one who's thinking of the pros and the cons. If you're against it, then those are your cons. If you're for it, then those are your pros. I would be very reticent to have somebody write up something for pros or cons on that way.
Because I think the other side is just this is what the code is currently.
Yeah.
But if you let the applicant, that's a sales job. The applicant gets to put I understand he gets his talking point, but he gets to put down, hey, you want nice restaurants, but no one's talking about, is there safety concerns? Is there other things to look at?
I think we need a con.
So then would you present that in the community meeting also? Because it says in the community meeting that you'll give the applicant I just really would like to figure out a way to do this. I mean, clearly it's not going to be possible, but like with the most minimal amount of community damage done possible.
I don't think you can.
Well, we need to have a discussion. And I agree with the mayor, I think you need a con.
Well, there's talking points, bullet points of what you consider.
To say, these are concerns of some citizens.
And it's like, when I mentioned to some others, I go, I'm okay making sure they have bullet points, because there's strengths on both sides. Does that make sense? There's, on both talking points, there's things you want to make sure that people are considering. So, okay, how do we go about, what council, I understand, so Tim, Brittany and Kim, where do you guys want? Do you want this talking point? How do you want, is the survey, do you want this to have city code? Do you want to have more talking points, bullet points on both? Do you want just the applicant to give his, and there's some other, how do you really want it? 'Cause I haven't heard a strong, how to go about this.
I've looked at ballots in the past that have had a point and a counterpoint. I understand. It's, for example, a very divisive issue was Proposition 8 in California, and there was a point and counterpoint. And they were written by the opposing parties, and they were approved by the state, which would be approved by us prior to going onto the ballot. Or not the ballot, but rather the questionnaire, or the survey. So I see heads shaking, but I've seen it done in the past, and it seemed like it was a good way to do it. It seemed fair because you're getting both sides.
Kim, you're shaking your head no.
I guess I just want to see, how was it presented at the meeting by the developer? This is what he presented. This is the amendment. This is the code that we have in place. I have a hard time with the talking points, to be honest.
So, but you're allowing one person to put their, is that?
But that's the thing, he's not going to do a pros and cons.
Is he putting talking points in his presentation? That's what I want. Is he going to keep it just, I want to have a full service restaurant, I'm struggling to get leases, and that's what I think, or is he saying, hey, this is some things that.
I mean, he's not going to put any pros of, why alcohol is great and everyone should consume it kind of thing. I mean, how was it presented at our city council meeting?
I kind of think we probably should, we're never going to agree 100% on this. I just think, I agree with Tim, we need a point and a counterpoint. But I think there should be bullet points.
Just a concise paragraph.
This is the history of the city. If we've been a dry city, this changes things,
This amendment would change.
Yeah. And then they have their thing, gee, we have some really nice restaurants if you have limited alcohol.
I guess I'm going to be honest, this is how I am. My concern is if there's any talking points that make people feel less than valued, if you use family-centered to basically say that somebody's values are less than our values. And I don't want that in a city survey whatsoever.
But I also don't want it in a city survey to feel like if I think something different should happen, that means that I'm being judgmental or that that somebody is placing a value on me as well. I think it goes both ways. Does that make sense?
No.
I think it does.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you don't want people feeling like they're less valued if they're okay with the alcohol or think that it's okay to have that in restaurants. But I think on the other side, people also don't want to think like they're horrible people if they view it differently.
I mean, we can't change the past. The city has an alcohol ordinance, and so we need to have that. I mean, this is where our past is, and is that what we want to do in the future? Now you go, okay, I want to make sure we're inclusive and things, but you have to be inclusive both ways. I mean, that's I think what you're saying, Kim. You can't also just only advocate for one side. Well, we're not going to ever say anything about it, because if that's the reason that someone, hey, I moved to Highland because I saw certain things in that community I liked, and they don't want to see that change, that is a reason why they came to Highland. And now it might be, and some of the whole, I don't feel, that's where you're going, okay, they don't feel, it's a hard situation in how we word it, But I think we have to be careful that there's, because I've had people come, I moved as this alcohol, well, that was one of the reasons we felt we wanted to move to that community. Well, if that's, and there's others who I don't feel welcome in that community. That's hard on how you word that, because you're trying to answer both questions.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, and stick to the points, to the facts. Public safety, it's code, it's an ordinance, this is how it's been.
But if we say this is where the city's been, there was a comment on, hey, this is not correct. The city in 1977, one of the first meetings they had was about establishing this. We can't change the history. I know everyone wants to say that's not correct. We don't, no, that's what it is. And as Scott's, I mean, we don't need to get an argument. This is where we can talk all about alcohol and disagree. We're trying to find out in the city survey, what information do we need as council to be able to get a decision? What is it you're needing, and what information do you think the residents need to be able to give you the feedback? I think that's, once again, what information, because if you got information that had both counterpoints, go, well, they didn't really understand it. They voted because of the religious aspect. I can't change the way they feel on that.
Right. I just think we need to keep it concise, and I think that's been Brittany's argument. We need to make the surveys simple, and we need to have it explained so people understand terminology like off-premise or on-premise, I mean. But I think you need a point and a counterpoint argument.
Okay, Tim and Scott, you both said you were okay with counterpoint. Is there another council person that's okay with that, or is it a 2-2?
To me, it's just it depends on, I guess I was gonna write it and what it's gonna look like. I guess in my mind, which this is just in my mind, I haven't talked to anybody else about it. In my mind, the question has been, this is what current Highland City Code is, and would you like to change that to allow restaurants?
Well, restaurants with limited service.
With limited service.
I mean,
so to me, that's
restaurants regardless.
So to me, that's what the question is. Just really simple. This is what the Highland City Code is, and are you interested in
if you want to
changing
keep
it?
that basic, then we don't have any. The applicant doesn't say anything. We don't say anything about the applicant. Because my concern, if the applicant gets to say anything, it's a sales job. Also, you're allowing him to go and advocate his point on that. And then go, okay, we use the city aspect to sell his project.
And I agree, it's got to be, you can't
if you're
sell it one way and not the
like
other.
that, I'm okay keeping it really basic if you just want to ask that question.
I still think you have to have context behind it. Why are we wanting to change it? And I think that the city staff did an excellent job in presenting it in our council packet.
Okay.
If council wants to move forward with a counterpoint argument, I would recommend that the council or certain members of the council draft that. You're welcome to get information from the community, other sources kind of a thing, but I think we need to be very limited to make this happen quickly and to make it what you want. I would recommend that it would be the council who ultimately draft that.
And I would recommend that both, if there's being drafted, there's nothing hidden. We're not saying, well, no one's going to see what the council. I think you keep it really open. This is what is being talked here, and this is what's talked. So you make sure you're getting your best information now that it's accurate and correct.
As long as it doesn't divide us as a city.
It doesn't.
Kim, I'm sorry, that's already divided. I mean, this is one of the things I asked the developer to be very careful as he brings this in when it was being talked about to make sure, and yet it still move forward. The difference is, as we mentioned, this is not a council-led situation. This is a developer that paid a fee to make a text amendment, and so it's coming through a different aspect. And that's why I think what you're saying, well, should that person who made the application have a right to say anything? Well, we have a lot of developers that probably want to say, hey, we want to see on the Longhorn. We probably would send a survey out saying this is, maybe on Longhorn, but we don't always let the developer have their advocacy to our residents without having another point. But I'm okay if you want to keep the question really basic, but if you also want to get more context. I was hoping to get more context.
I guess when I said divide, it's not a division on alcohol, it's a religious divide. So I just want to leave that out.
Well, it seems like the other side is the one that keeps bringing up religion. So I think we just need to be kind of careful.
If you think about how these decisions are normally made in a city council meeting, right? So you have a staff presentation, you have the applicant answer any questions you want, and then I think where we get the other side is through a public hearing typically, right? Like you don't have another side formally present. It might be members of the public or it might be council members themselves, right, who have a disagreement with something. Honestly, staff was just worried that having a disagreeing opinion was going to cause this, right? Like just a lot of unease and concern. I don't know if there's a perfect way to solve it. I really don't, Mayor and Council, but just wanted to present that.
Okay, we need now kind of still get direction on how we want to move forward. We've talked through this. Do you want a point and counterpoint in that? I understand you're going to, Kim, you mentioned that if they, I think we have to be sensitive, understanding there's some that probably feel that, hey, this is, and I think the question is if they say, hey, someone comes and says, well, this is the value of Highland, you go, well, then am I not valued in Highland because I drink alcohol? That's what the question. And I think we got to be sensitive in the way that message is conveyed. If we say, now we can say, hey, this has been something, it can be, because there's people who are not LDS that don't drink alcohol. So everyone's just awesome bound, but everyone, it's a religious aspect. I think we can be sensitive in understanding that there's some in our community that feel that way. I think that's where the questioning, that we've got to be sensitive. And I still think that the questions probably ought to be put together by the council. And I'm okay, taking, if you want to say, I'll be there, and then you're not going to be biased. And I'm okay, Kim, making sure you read both sides, Scott or Brittany, all five, coming and saying, guys, yes, or the wording. I'm not saying I'm good at wording and making sure how that kind of goes about. I don't know if do you think we can come to agreement on that?
Is it possible to maybe have the developer submit something so that we can see, I guess, or make sure it's framed in an appropriate way and then respond to that so that we're not just going in like blind into this battle? So maybe have and it's not a battle, but like if you have the developer kind of say, this is what I'm thinking of presenting, and then we can look at it as a council and say, okay, this is what they would like to present. These are the other points that we feel like need to be brought forward to have a good discussion.
Or things that residents, as you're trying to do this, please consider the following. Help us as a council give guidance if you want us to make this change or not. Because I think that's what we're trying to get as a council going, okay, if we have a lot of residents come back, I'm okay doing a limited use restaurant. I'm okay with that, and understand that probably the builders are going to say, we've struggled in we've tried to come out with this, and we hear in the community that they'd like to have some sit-down restaurants. And I think this is appropriate, because and yet we're struggling to get sit-down restaurants that do, because we don't allow alcohol. I think that's the paragraph I put down. Then we go, okay, these are the things now the council's considering of why we do it and why not. I think that's a good talking point.
I think it's a little bit of a better process to kind of have them give us something, and then we can look at it, and then we can respond to it together and kind of make sure the arguments are, the talking points are like kind of congruent, like they're same level.
Can we do it all as a council, or do you think it's going to divide us as a council trying to come up with this?
No, I definitely like that way better instead of the he said she said
Can we have the developer submit something, and I'm sure that he is listening to the conversation tonight, have the developer submit something, and then maybe we could respond as a council with our talking points.
Now, we might not, also what he spends might not be the whole thing that gets put in. Does it make sense? As a council, this is messaging we're sending out to our residents, and so we want him to be concise. What information do you think that needs to be presented? Now if he tries to get political in it, that's where we go, okay, that's where we've got to say, we're not trying to be...
Even just look at his original narrative of what he wrote, I thought it was really good. There was no bias there. This is what's going on.
And I don't think, he's got an interest in presenting it and creating a reasonable solution also, right? So I don't think we're going to get something super extreme from that end. But we can, so that would be what I would say I would feel most comfortable with, is let him submit something, and then we could respond to it individually, and then to you, and then good luck, Mayor.
And I think it's very open. I think any communication this year needs to be open to all the council that you guys can see. And we just try to put together the best document to go out to the residents. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. I basically agree with Brittany. The problem is You know, the developer's very pro, and we have people on the council who are very pro. So I'm not sure how the whole council can do the counterpoint. I'm just a little perplexed because it seems like what we're doing is we're going to have 3/4 pro and 1/4 with the counterpoint. I just think, yeah, I just don't know how that works.
Well, I mean, for myself personally, like, I feel like my interest is in making sure that we're presenting the correct narrative. So I feel like I have an interest in making sure both perspectives are presented and would be willing to look at it and contribute, you know, to either side of the conversation, because I just really want to know what people think.
And it could be hard, but we can't come up with an agreement on how this is documented. I don't know.
I mean, we're having an awful time right now. I just can't imagine.
That's why it may be easier, like, when we're looking at an actual document in an email instead of face-to-face.
Like, look at an actual document, see what's been submitted, and then say, you know, is this any bias? Is this just the facts of what's being presented and the context behind it? Or do we need to add a few points, you know, towards this side or towards this side? But, I mean, just see what's in front of us.
Because I think there's good talking points on both sides. I'm going, you know.
And it's important to know that the context and the history from the Highland side as well, why it's that way.
So, okay, is everyone okay that we're going to do a draft? Now, when's this going to be due back by? Because I think we need to have, because the survey is going to, how long is it going to take to get printed to get done, and we can talk about that.
Honestly, I'm worried about our timeline, because we put forward an aggressive timeline thinking that we weren't going to have this, so.
When's the survey gets mailed, there is after the open?
So the survey, I think, Brooklyn, Jay, I think our goal is to get to the survey to the printer around the 1st of September.
So I think we can have this by the 1st of September.
Yeah.
I mean, it means that next week and that following week, we're kind of meeting and talking and trying to massage what we think can get put together. Let's give it a try.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then by that first,
So the deadline's 1st September.
1st September, have something. Now, we could say September 5th when we look at it, or is that too late? They're not going to print over Labor Day weekend, I assume. Maybe they would.
They might. My worry more is how quickly do I advertise the open house, or not open house, the information session. And if I don't feel like we're going to be ready by the 14th, like, I don't want to advertise that too quickly.
Why should, but this is an information meeting, why would we not be ready by the 14th? Because this is not the survey going out.
Yeah.
This is an information meeting.
But I think at the information meeting, aren't you going to do the same type of a thing where staff presents, the developer presents, and then the counterpoint or the council perspective? I'm not sure what we're calling it at this point.
Well, and I think you can ask, these are some talking points to consider. I think you can keep it objective.
It's more discussion.
Yeah, because we're not asking for public comment. We're not going to have, but I think, Coach, this is what's been talked about as some discussion points here and discussion points there. I think we can keep that, and then after, if there's fielding of questions, you can say, okay, here's some questions that came in, and but this is the next one. I want, if the question says, well, I want to have restaurants and I want alcohol, that's not a question, that's a statement.
Right, which is why we were going to do a written question.
So we want questions to help them get to better decision. What information are they needing as filling these questions? Because if it's, no, I'm going to now put my opinion on it, that's all. We were not asking for opinions here. That will be more in the survey. Then the survey, I think you keep it to those 3 questions. I think you keep it really concise and keep it consistent. You know, now, I like the survey also where it goes out, that it is numbered. You know, now, okay, so I guess let's stop at about the 14th and we'll get to the survey, or do you want to finish the survey how it gets mailed?
No, finish where you're at right now.
Okay, on the 14th, staff does a presentation. We would go through our codes, laws, the applicant. Now, now here we're saying he gets to put down, you know, I guess we're saying because he's an applicant, he can do a presentation. And then after, I would have a point in here that is also some considering talking points. And that might be very similar to what our document this could go out. And then we can, by that time, we can see if there's questions to help clarify. We want to be done now by an hour. Does that make sense?
On the 14th?
Yeah, that's a Thursday. No, it doesn't have to.
No, it doesn't. That's just a date we chose.
Okay, on the 14th, that is a Thursday. Is there a better day for the council? Can you do the 13th?
So as a reminder, the council appointment meeting is on the 12th.
That's correct.
So that Tuesday, so it would be the following day. We could absolutely do it on the 13th, but just, and you have a low peak meeting that morning.
What time would the meeting start?
7?
That was our thought, would be a 7 o'clock meeting to get people.
I like the 14th. I think that's a lot of stuff crammed into 2 days. Makes me tired to think
The
about it.
only thing is Kim wasn't going to be able to make the
Kim's out of
14th.
town.
She's out of town.
On the 14th?
Yeah,
Well, I think it's important that Kim's there.
I agree.
I agree.
Do we want to try for the 18th, that following Monday?
We could do the 18th, is that give enough time to, because if you do it, then you mail it. The problem is you got 2 weeks, you want it, I guess you could always say it comes back.
That's just the concern, is do we have enough time to input all of the
It has
data?
to be back by the 5th. If we said the 5th, that gives you a full week to get the information put together, and then we discuss it on the 17th. Is that enough time for staff if we say it's due on the 8th?
No, because we do the packet the 10th.
So we want to say it's due on October, because we just got to.
So we're going to vote on it on the
We could still have a meeting and have it in the mail. We could actually still mail it out on the 18th and have our meeting on the 18th.
Correct, I think we wanted to make sure that they didn't get it before the event.
No, but
Because
if
you
we
want
have
them
it
to
on the
have.
18th, we have it on the 18th, say within the next day or two, you're going to receive an email. You might, tomorrow, you're going to get it on Wednesday.
Yeah, if you melt the same day, it's not going to get there for a couple of days.
And it gives them the 20th, it gives them 10 days by the, we want to have it by, see.
September 30th, we really
And
would
then it would
like.
be in the offices that next Monday. So that would be fine. It gives you now 2 weeks to gather for our 17th city council. Do you think 10 days is enough for people to respond?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I think people make the decision pretty quickly.
I think so too. I think, and because we're already going to have about this information meeting, then we're also going to, and in that flyer, we can put down, there's going to be a survey, also going to be hitting out the state, but please come. And then if they, and then we have that, and we'll look at our meeting on the 17th is where we're coming in, and that will be our meeting that night to make a decision on what direction we go. Now, the questions on the survey, I was going to do my recommendation. I think you mail 2 per household. I understand we're worried there might be only 1 per household. I think that we're talking about such a small percentage in the city that might have only 1 per household, that it might not skew enough. Does that make sense? That if you have one widow or widower that lives in that house that fills it out twice, I just don't think that's a high demographics in the city, that they're living by themselves. And if they are, I think most of those are going to be, if you ask them to do it once, I'm just saying, so let's assume out of the 4,800 homes, you have 200 of them. And if you ask it, I don't think you're going to have a lot more than 50 that might double up. I'm just going to, I just don't think they're going to do it.
So what's the argument against having just 1 per household?
My husband and I never vote the same on anything.
That's the problem.
Okay, so there's your argument.
This is where you would create.
I don't think
there's
you
only
can
one
vote for
vote per
me.
household. You'd have the argument amongst the 2.
either.
Now, I also recommend that if they have more than 1 adult living there, that is, I guess we could just always keep it 2 per household and not worry about if it goes down past that. But there's sometimes you have some that have more than 2 adults.
Well, yeah, we certainly, families live together now, right?
And so you could put down, if there's that, they can come, if there is, they can come and ask for the
We
city.
can get some extras. We'd already planned that, so we'll just get some extras and have them here at City Hall, and you can come get another one.
And then if they say, hey, I didn't get a survey, we can say, okay, we knew that this number, your household had number 111, we'll issue another 111. But when it comes back, if there's 211s, I think you just throw the whole thing in.
Well, that's the question. So do you want to know do we want to do some kind of a way where we know what household got what number?
Aaron, what percentage of, Highland residents are registered voters?
Stephanie?
Are you saying just only go to registered voters?
If you went to registered voters, I'm just thinking, my house has 4 registered voters, but if there is not a high percentage of registered voters, then of course that's not a great idea. Registered, not like voting voters, registered.
I think we have
voters.
9,500 registered
Is it just
voters.
1 survey per household?
12,000 is sitting in my head right now, but that's our presidential.
Let's see what the city survey is.
So that would be about, okay, population around 20,000, maybe around 12,000, perhaps, maybe a little bit less than that.
So you're doing a direct mail to only those who are voters. And that's going to be down to 12,000, where in households we have about 4,800.
I think just do what we do with the city survey. This is a survey.
That's true.
Not an election or a referendum.
I like going to the household more than just the election aspect. I favor what Kim said. I think I guess because I want to know, there's some that maybe aren't registered voters, their opinion matters to me.
So is the instructions, if you're 18 or above, please take this?
We've given 2 per household. If you happen to have more than 2, please contact the city to get an extra one.
18 and above. Do we do the unique identifiers to try to limit this? I mean, we don't do anything like that for our household number, or for our survey.
Online, the only reason I'm going to say, I remember on some of the city surveys, I heard from some people that they went on and every day did it because we didn't know if they put down their.
We have too much time on our hands.
Yeah, but it's just.
People really do that for the city survey?
Then will you not have city surveys available at the information night because people would have already gotten it in the mail?
Correct, you wouldn't. If you were trying to narrow it that much, you don't. You just do the mail.
As long as I get the mail before my husband, I'm good at my house.
Well,
Because we vote different every time.
I know, but you got to give one to your husband.
Not if we only get 1 per household.
I would recommend 2 per household. What do you guys think?
2 per household.
I don't want to divide the couple where one would fill. I can see this argument we're having in the house.
Do we track them? Do they have unique identifiers or not? We could, with our city survey, how we've tried to limit it is we do, you have to give us your address, and if it's over, like if we get a multiple from an address, so like we sort it, and if we see that we're getting multiple, then we could in theory throw it out. We've never seen that much, what's the word, abuse, but we haven't required the address question. We could require it in this case, but then you absolutely know this household thinks this about alcohol.
I don't think anyone's going to use that information.
Well, they're not, and I don't know if they're really going to be that guarded about it. I don't know I understand if they're that opinion, yes or no, I'm not sure. And we're not going to be trying to find out. I'm not going to go through and go, oh, this neighbor here and this, like you said, I think it's going to be a little bit more controlled. This isn't some, the surveys, as a council, we've never went through the surveys. Does that make sense? It's been usually the tally of the surveys.
Right.
And so it's not, this is information that's also.
I just do address.
But I will be very open. I know that Mayor Mann would look through the surveys and comments, and he'd see what the comments they made. And so I'm not saying that that's.
But this is also different in that it is a survey. So it's not like if there's a 1 vote difference, it's going to necessarily change a decision.
It's not. And that's where if it comes in and it's 55 to 45, that's still going to be a council decision. It's close enough in the realm of statistics.
So Aaron, do you have a pretty good idea? Because I think we beat.
Nope, I'm not sure where I'm at on addresses, so I'm asking for addresses.
Or do you want a number or don't care?
I personally would put a number on. That's my opinion.
Others? Household?
So Aaron, you have been doing the surveys for a year. What do you think is the most?
So they have to put an
practical way
address
do
on.
it?
Yeah.
So say it again.
So I was just asking Aaron. She's been doing the city surveys for years.
What would you recommend, Miss Aaron?
I would
She would recommend asking Jay.
Jay, you get to make. Aaron, what you this is kind
I
of.
recommend doing whatever Olive Garden does.
Think about free chocolates. So we're going to put a chocolate in each envelope. Okay.
I really like that.
Like what?
The chocolates.
Something that says Olive Garden?
Yes!
Did you miss the Olive Garden part?
Okay, Kim, what do you think? Because this will be an opportunity to agree with you.
Just however we do in the city surveys, it's a survey, so, I mean, if we do city surveys like with the address, then I'm good with.
What happens if they don't put their address on it?
What happens when the city surveys don't put their address on?
We don't require it, so they could ballot box stuff.
Yeah.
But my concern is if they copy it and then just kind of put that address. This is an issue.
And the thought is, we always thought with city surveys, it's going to take not a lot of time, 10 minutes to take this, and so the likelihood of somebody doing it over and over again is low. But a 3-question survey is not hard to duplicate over and over again. We could just limit it
You go house to house gathering surveys from all your neighbors.
I mean, if there was someone who could figure out how to write a bot that could.
I'm going to be very honest. That was my concern because I do know of a blog. There was a thing where someone's going to be able to win over the BYU Hawaii game, and also and And I'll be honest, my brother-in-law, he started sending emails out and all this, and for 2 weeks, he was the number one, and the day right before, also a BYU student, also jumps from being about 500 votes to almost 5,500 votes in one day. And I'm going, that was a little bot that hit there, and yet they had to go off that because that's what the rules were. I'm just saying in the technology, that's my concern, is
Right.
this is advocating, people will get strong, they want to have it one way or another.
But isn't that digital? Like, I mean, this is like filling out surveys.
Yes, and
Well,
this-
we also plan on doing it
So if you have the
electronically.
ballots or the survey numbered, you're not going to go out and photocopy number one 25
Right.
times and send number one in 25.
That was the reason I was doing it, because I'd seen it done before.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Smith, you asked me what I think. I want this to be, I want council to have confidence in these results when they come back, because this is going to take a lot of effort and a lot of potential pain for our community. And so I want council to feel comfortable with these when they come back. So if that means that we need to do numbered,
Either numbered or address would be my recommendation.
I would
it
do
should be
numbered.
I think numbered's easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's Scott, that's what you recommend. Council, we've heard from Scott, he wants numbered. What's the rest of the council? But let's hurry up and get this, we don't have to be here too much longer.
Just whatever Aaron thinks.
Whatever Aaron thinks for the
Okay, we got three,
survey.
we're doing
Okay.
numbers. Okay.
Sorry, Aaron.
Anything else you need to know on this alcohol aspect? We got all the stuff. What night are we doing the meeting? Are we doing it the 18th?
That's what I have, Monday, the 18th. We haven't asked Mount Ridge about that date, so hopefully that will work for them. And if not, we have Lone Peak as a backup too, so. So we will send you some communication tomorrow with kind of the final location and the date. And I'll be working with, we'll be working with the applicant to kind of get their argument to then give to the mayor to see if we can come up with the points to consider section.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Thanks.
Woo! Okay. Now we're on to item number 6C, which is PI meter project update. Andy.
Sorry, it's just coming, a little thing to advance the slides is coming to me. Okay, I'll be as brief as I can, Council. We are underway with, we're about 2 months into our PI meter project. We have about 350 of the 4,200 that we have to install in and completed. Those are the ones that are 100% completed, and generally it's going quite well. And part of the reason we were interested to talk tonight is to hear if any of the council are receiving negative feedback on it, or if in general, I haven't heard a whole lot, and so I've kind of presumed no news is good news. But very much interested to hear if you're getting any negative feedback. Are you having any negative feedback?
So I had a positive negative comment from the same person as I stood in the heat there in the Highland Flame. So they said the city did a really nice job with installing the meter and restoring the landscape and things, but they didn't turn their water back on, and they were on vacation and everything burned up. So I don't think that's going to be a big problem because we're out of July, but I think they just need to be careful because they were on vacation, and they said, oh, they did a great job, but they didn't turn their water back on, so everything kind of...
Yeah, what was happening early on is the contractor was a little bit nervous that the glue that they had on the people's sprinkler systems wasn't going to be dried, and so they essentially, you know, hey, we're going to come back and turn on the valve, and a couple of them got forgotten. And since then, they've just been turning them on and you know, feel like the glue's been holding okay. So that didn't happen.
They weren't terribly upset, but they said...
We knew it did happen on a couple early ones, and we'll chalk it up to lessons learned. But that was why that happened, is they were trying to not have the glue on the homeowner's side.
And I think this happened up in Beacon Hills. I'd heard the same thing Scott had. They had a lot that said, hey, the city put this in, my water was off for so many days. Come to find out, they never turned the water back on, but we were not notified. I mean, it sounded like you were on top of that, but I was going, that's what we were hearing from up in that Beacon Hills area, was some concerns that way. I heard some that they did not feel like the job that they were restoring, or that one called, or I took a phone call, was that they'd cut and somehow didn't restore stuff back on the way that their system was, And so they had to come back out and try to rehook all up their system. I don't know, I mean, I know my house, the reason we wanted to have it, so you know, you guys hit the meter before my main pressure systems. I have a pressure meter and all that. They did it, but it sounded like on that one, and I understand each house is different, they had it different, and it kind of messed up their system. You know, and so it's hard because I know each house is different.
It is very hard, and each house is very unique. If people have problems with their system, our installer is willing to come back and fix it. Sounds like the one you talked to, you know, kind of took matters into their own hands. That actually does lead us to kind of how we're approaching people. So we sent out the initial citywide information letter, and then the contractor runs a door hanger approximately a week before, but at least 48 hours before, and tells the people, hey, we're going to be, you know, on your street, and we're going to be doing the PI meter. Then after they install the PI meter, they leave a door hanger on their porch that tells them, okay, you've got to water your grass a couple times a day, and gives them a little information on what's to come. All of those communications also direct people to the website, which is highlandpimeters.com, and then we have phone numbers on all of these, which directly goes to the contractor, to Hydrovac, and they have kind of a line, and then we also have a public information team with Jakes and Associates that are kind of manning the project hotline. So there's two hotlines. There's one that goes straight to the contractor, and that's on all the flyers that get left on people's doors, and then on the website, the number that's on the website, if you want to actually talk to somebody, actually goes to Jakes. So there's two options there for it to go to, and then Jakes either answers the questions or relays it to our team to handle it. What we're experiencing is about 20 calls per week. You know, that of the ones we install each week, we get about 20 calls that a lot of those are informational, hey, what am I supposed to do? But some of them are corrections, as you've noted, and so we try to have those corrections made as quickly as possible. If it's early in the day, hopefully the same day. If it's, you know, later in the day, the next day. And we are learning from our lessons. Like the first one when we talked about that the valve had gotten that enclosed, and so you know, now the contractor's using you know, a glue that they feel like, you know, can cure out within a couple hours. So when things are turned back on the street, all the valves are open. With that, if we look down the road, what's yet to come? So I don't completely understand why every delay can still be blamed on COVID, but for whatever reason, everything seems still to be blamed on COVID, and so the project is planning on installing what's called advanced metering infrastructure, and that is the infrastructure that allows people to dial in and get their use, meaning like gets their real-time use. And as of yet, we are still experiencing delays getting all of those parts, so that is coming, but it is not in place yet because, I guess, COVID. I don't know. You know, that's what they tell me, is that COVID's still messing us up there. But it is coming, and we will make a big push to the citizens once that's available, to tell them it's available, because our hope had been, and our goal had been, that as we started to put the meters in, we'd be able to tell the citizens, hey, you know, get on, sign up for this website, and then you can get alerts that tells you, hey, you've used 15,000 gallons so far this month, or whatever, you know, alerts they want to set up, and also they can monitor their usage. That is coming. It will happen. It's just delayed. The parts are a little bit frustrating there, but it's coming. Another thing that we've had a little bit of confusion with the citizens is, with your current installation, when you close the valve that controls your system, it has a drain hole, and it's what we call a stop and waste. In the new configuration, we're giving people a valve that doesn't have a drain hole. Now, the city will never close our box. The only reason we'll close the valve that's in our box is to work on that meter, and then we'll just rapidly open it again. So for the winter, you know, people can let this drain through the city system, but we want the residents to have a separate valve to control their system, because We also recommend that in the spring, they turn off the valves so that when we begin to charge the system, we aren't flooding people who aren't expecting their sprinklers to come on. Because that valve is there, and because residents choose to operate that valve differently, we've given people the opportunity for us to install a drain. They're sometimes called king drains. They're just a very simple little pressure valve, and when the pressure's off, then the water weeps out. We are happy to install those for any residents. There's been a little concern with some residents that have thought that meant that we were making it so that we were draining their whole system. That's not what we're doing. We're just simply trying to say, hey, if you want a valve, a little drain associated with that valve, we're happy to put it in. That's caused a little bit of confusion, and we're trying to figure out the best way to handle that. And the reason why people may not want it is because those, especially with our dirty water, we have a fair amount of dirt in our water, those valves do tend to fail fairly frequently. And so you'll get a little bit of leaking or weeping out of those. Residents were a little confused on those. We're trying to simplify that. We've added a whole section on the website about the drains, and we've ordered little flags where people can just put by their box, yes, I want a drain, or no, I don't want a drain, and it's got a little QR code on that if you scan it, it'll take you to that portion of the website. You can learn about it and choose whether you want it or don't want it. We're hoping that simplifies that for people. We will continue to work on that if that doesn't, to make sure we get there so to the point where it's very clear to people. In the end, our goal with that is just to make sure that somebody doesn't have their system freeze and break, without their knowledge, that they are proactively understanding how they've got to winterize their system. Looking towards our construction phases 2 and 3, if you'll recall, when we got our bid, Hydrovac was our lowest responsive bidder, and they were our lowest by quite a bit. They gave us a 10% cost increase to look at phase 2 and phase 3 in the forthcoming years. Right now, as staff, we're very happy with Hydrovac, aside from the few hiccups that we've had, and we certainly had a few, but I think if we take the total numbers, it's going quite well. The streets, if you go on them, are actually they're quite clean for the installation that's happening. When you go on the streets, it's not this big mess. It's fairly clean, and it's quite orderly. So we're quite happy with them. One thing we want to get feedback from the council on is last winter, Hydrovac worked all winter in Linden. And initially, as staff, we were resistant to that and said, no, we don't want to entertain that idea. We went and visited their site in Linden, and again, we're kind of shocked how clean it was during the winter, because we thought it's going to be a mud hole and just a terrible mess down the street, and we didn't want to deal with that. One of the advantages of working in the winter is, right now, as we work on the different streets, what we have to do is we turn off the pressurized irrigation to that street during the day. And in the newer areas, it's fairly easy because we have a lot of valves to isolate given streets. In the older areas, it's a little more difficult because some of the older streets, we don't have nearly as many valves, and so even though we're working on these 10 homes, we're shutting off these 30 homes or 40 homes or 50 homes. And so probably the biggest advantage to us is that if we do allow them to work in the wintertime, we can target some of those older areas for the wintertime, and that's when the PI is off anyway, and so nobody's out of water. The disadvantage to working in the winter is we have to wait till spring to put back all the sod. They will come through and fix all the sod in the spring and the other landscape, but nobody's going to get their sod put down in January, say. The other disadvantage is that we have no idea if there's any leaks. And so come April, when you turn it on, it's kind of an all hands on deck type of time frame. Linden, we talked to Linden about what their experience was, and they said, yeah, we probably had an extra 20 or 30 beyond what we normally would, but it wasn't as bad as you might think. It was a general comment from Linden, and they felt like it really wasn't all that bad.
So what you're needing from the council, are we okay with winter installation?
Yep, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so I'm okay. Okay, winter installation. Yep. Okay. Okay, we got winter installation.
And
Last thing I want to go over is we've talked, some of the feedback we've gotten from some of the residents are residents that are currently taking care of city property. That would be both people that have maintenance agreements and don't have maintenance agreements, and they're asking, once the rates change, are we going to be charged to water the city property? And quite practically, once we have a meter on there, it's going to be very difficult not to charge them.
That's right. And I mentioned that people have come and asked us, it would be based off of water usage, but this decision, like you have down here, this is 2 years out prior before the council makes a decision on this.
Right.
So we really don't have an answer.
Exactly how we structure it, we can figure it out. But I think that, in a very practical way, it's going to be, how do you say, okay, we measured 10,000 gallons last month and 2,000 was on the city's property? You can't do it.
I don't know how to do that. And we're encouraging zero-scape anyway.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that the council kind of is in understanding of that, because I just don't see how we can do it otherwise. And then looking at, probably one of the biggest things that people reach out to us is, well, when is my rate going to change? We would anticipate that sometime during spring, summer 2025, at that point, the meters will be, especially if we're doing winter installation, the meters will be in, and we can begin to talk about it. But we would anticipate on the staff side that the soonest time that we would actually see a rate change go into place would be at the commencement of fiscal year 27. That doesn't say that we have to do it then. It's just looking through it and thinking through it. This is something we don't want to take anybody by surprise. And so what we anticipate doing is getting all the meters in, kind of monitoring and seeing what the use is, defining what an average use for Highland is, so that we can define kind of what your base watering will be for your lot size, what you'll get with your base rate, and that will be based on that use in actual Highland, and then giving people a while to be educated. Hey, with our proposed rate structure, you would get 20,000 gallons a month. This month you used 28,000 gallons, or whatever it is, whatever we decide it is. Give them a good long period to be educated before we actually put the overage rates into place. And so, like I said, the soonest we can see is July of 2026, but that may well prove that, we say, we need to give people a little bit longer. The reason why we wanted to bring this to the council is we want, if you're thinking sooner, we'd like to let people know, but right now the messaging we're giving people is the entire system will be in, there will be an informational period, and then the rates will be considered. So we're telling people, at the earliest 26, end of 25 to 26. So in general, we just wanted to go through it. This is how the program's going, and get any feedback from you, or if you're in general consensus, we'll stay the course and start to talk to the contractor about winter installations.
Okay, any questions for Andy on the PA?
Thanks for
Thank you,
all your work on it.
very detailed, I appreciate it. These are, what you're asking about the rates is probably what I'm getting the most questions. Hey, are you going to do this? And it sounds like all the other councils have been getting some of the same questions, so I appreciate you kind of giving us an update on that.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to know that it's not going to be a flip the switch. They're going to have plenty of information, plenty of lead time. We're not just going to take and surprise somebody. We're going to be very, very open, very transparent, and very careful about this process.
Okay.
So.
We'll now move on to the item number D, which is general plan RFP review, and that's Jay.
All right, thank you. I just want to give you a brief overview and update on the general plan update process. The general plan, sometimes called the comprehensive or master plan, is an advisory policy document that outlines the city's vision for its future. It's a collection of maps, information, and policies that describe where you as a city are, where you want to be, and how you'll get there. The general plan indicates your city's priorities and intentions for the future. The state of Utah requires every municipality to have a general plan. The city's last general plan update was in February of 2008, 15 years ago, so it's certainly time to update this important guiding document for the city. Staff have drafted an RFP for the general plan update to help us choose and evaluate a partner to help us update this. It's being reviewed internally before it's issued at the end of this month. The backbone of the general plan is the transportation element, so we will ensure that whichever firm we contract with will have expertise and a good track record in that area. Additionally, the state of Utah not only requires every city to have a general plan, but the state has certain required parts as well. The parts of a general plan are called the elements. One recently added required element pertains to water use and preservation by the city and its plans for the future. Another required part is a moderate income housing element. We plan to have strong involvement from the community through this process, and we'll also, whoever we partner with will also excel in that area as well. Lastly, some planning commission members have voiced their desire to be involved in the process.
And I think they should be.
Yeah, so we will make sure that they are part of the general plan update.
Okay.
Any questions, comments?
So the general plan, I know that, so you're going to be putting an RFP out, and the anticipation is would start when with the general plan update?
We'd have to talk with them about what their process looks like and how that looks. But you know, before the end of this calendar year, we'll be well underway.
Okay.
With
and I know that's
whether that's open
that's
houses
a lot of community
or,
involvement too, where you're bringing in and asking the community to kind of come, and visit about what's the future. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This isn't a staff guided, council guided effort. This is definitely will have community involvement.
Okay. Thank you.
And because, I mean, this is a really extensive process, lots of community involvement. I think we want to make sure that it is, the scope of work that we set out is what council wants to see, right? And so really, planning commission, we would even like some planning commission and council members to review the RFP as well. And so we would love to take some volunteers.
Did you just raise your hand? Yeah. Okay, so Brittany's one. I'd like to review it also. Is there anyone else? Okay, so Kim, is that okay? And it doesn't mean that others, I mean, everyone can look at it.
Yeah,
So maybe we send a copy
to
to
look at it, but I'm not.
So we'll have Kim, Brittany, and myself, but maybe we send an email out to everyone just so they see what the kind of draft proposal is. Okay, we'll now move on to number E, which is park maintenance building update. Andy.
Mayor and Council, last we looked at this, we were over budget, but everybody said, hey, we like the building that looks a little bit more like the existing community center, but go and see if you can make it come a little closer to budget. So we've done that. We're ready to go to full design, provided you like where we've landed. So I just want to run through it fairly quickly. So again, just a quick brush up. This is the site plan. It's a separate building just north of the community center. What we have done is we have reduced the area just a little bit, made it just a little bit smaller of a building. We've also made some of the interior spaces unfinished, so we've made some of the mezzanine areas future, and we've also kind of turned the break room into a future finished project and eliminated a couple of the offices for now, just trying to reduce the number of the total spaces that we have to finish. I don't know how well your monitors look pretty good. The screen's a little dark on this, so I apologize for those in the audience. What we had to do is we had to kind of lessen the amount of brick on the outside of the building to kind of make some of the little tough areas a little cheaper to finish. And so we've added quite a bit of the stucco appearance material. It'll probably be a slightly different material, but it looks like stucco. So this is the view from the corner. This is the view from Alpine Highway. This is the view from quasi-north side, kind of northeast side. This is the view from the existing parking lot. This is kind of a top view. This is looking straight at the bays, if you will, from the north. And again, kind of a top view, just showing that they are two separate and distinct buildings and kind of giving the overall feel for how the site plan ties into the existing community center. We did have an estimate on this, and so last estimate we were at 2.4 million, and now we're about 2 million. We've got 1.85 in the budget. In my opinion, That's close enough to kind of get it ready and go to bid, and then we'll get the bids and see, you know, if we are just a little bit over, what couch cushions we can look under to kind of stretch and make it work, but I think we're pretty close.
So is there money in our couch cushions out here?
I would be looking. If we get that close.
Well, I'm going out after
upside
tonight.
down,
I did hear there's gold down in the Dry Creek Lake. I did get some residents come back that they panned, and there is gold, so maybe we can get some dragging rights down there.
There actually probably is.
There is, that's the thing. Anyway, with that, at least that's what the residents are telling me when they panned it. So with that, I guess the contractor down there panned it. As we look at this, my only concern, I always want to make sure that we have enough funds, so Tyler, Aaron, and Andy, to finish the park. I know we've kind of gotten, hey, we're going to be able to pull that from our park funds. I just want to make sure that also we're not, everyone's going to go, hold it, you just got your park maintenance. We need that to service the park. We don't also want to have a half-finished park. And so I just want to make sure, for me, I think it's great to go out, let's get this done. We've been needing it for a long time, the community. I just want to make sure we get the park done.
Right, well, we need to do some fundraising.
We have a meeting on Thursday, by the way, Scott and Kim, just a reminder, we have our fundraiser.
Right, at 10.
Hopefully the people will give us money when we go out.
So this looks great.
General concurrence.
Okay,
yes
or no? Yep, you just got it, go for it.
Okay.
So I'm going to quickly add a little corollary. We've been talking for 2 years, Erin, is she here? To paint the community center and replace the flooring. And, you know, I would really like to move ahead because I thought it's getting to look pretty shabby.
Nope, I've been nervous to do it, just thinking council might change their mind, they might tell us to go in that building and then we tear it all up, but I'm feeling better and better about moving forward, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, and I think there was some funding, I think.
There was $6,000.
$6,000, we had, should be there in the budget. The paint, there's a lot of stuff there, the carpet's really dirty, and it's kind of time to give a little refresh.
Yeah, I think, a big refresh.
So, okay. That is on the park maintenance. Now we're going to move on to number C, which is the pressurized irrigation long-term financial obligations. Tyler.
Can I just make a comment? Can this be something that could be put in a future agenda? Is this critical right now? Because we're already at 10:30. I had a couple things I wanted to just briefly mention, and we've got a closed session.
We can skip this one.
Could we do it like next meeting?
Is that okay, Tyler?
I mean, I don't want to.
Is this the second bump on this one? No. Okay, I wasn't sure if we bumped it from last meeting.
Okay.
So we'll move on that one. Now we're moving to G. I do believe we need that before September 1st. We do need to hear about the David Stewart grant aspect. If that's okay.
No, it's fine. I just had a couple of things I wanted to bring up.
Okay, very brief update on the grant. The grant that Mr. Stewart talked to us about is actually out this Thursday, so our submittal window is for the balance of the month of August. And we've been working with Mr. Stewart to have our application appropriate for the grant, and he is working through his process, if you will, to help us to qualify and show well on that grant. And so we are actively working with him right now for that grant that he had talked to us about, and he felt he could help us secure another $1 million.
Did we sign a contract with him?
We have not. It goes up on September 1st.
Right. It's renewing very soon. But we put the money in the budget, but we aren't quite to his renewal, but we're almost to his renewal.
So is he doing this grant with the previous contract then?
What we notified him at the time that the council did the budget is that the council intended to move forward based on the budget, and at that time we didn't really know when this grant work, or grant was going to be out, and so he said, all right, I'll start, working things, and I'll keep you informed on the process. And he's notified us that this was coming out, and so yeah, this is his current contract year, but admittedly, his understanding was that the council was going to fund him for another year.
Do you know what bill this is?
I don't know the bill. It's a GOEO grant.
And is this going through GOEO?
Yeah, this is GOEO. And they just posted it earlier this week on their website.
I know this one.
Yeah. So
what is it?
The last grant we got as well was through GOEO, and so it appears that a lot of his connections are there. I don't know that all, but he certainly has
Or he understands
connections
the
with
process.
the processes that run through GOEO, or information, or how.
Well, it's been pretty successful in the past, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your work on it.
Any other concerns or questions on David Stewart's agreement?
I do have a concern. I did talk, one of my contacts at GOEO who was over this process did talk to me and said that essentially outside forces will not have a sway on how GOEO chooses the applications in in that process.
And you may be right, you would have far more connections than I
On
do.
the one before, there was definitely some more political influences on this one. On this one, there is not.
That's good information. So, Mayor, I know we got to go into closed session, but I'd like to bring up 2 or 3 things real quickly.
Okay, and then how about, can we go through future meetings real fast? This is
We
kind of
actually have
short.
2 quick things that got added to the agenda.
Oh, that's right.
This one's
About the
actually
basketball.
fun. This one's actually fun.
This is
I
the
think you like
basketball.
this one. This is a fun discussion. It's just a quick yay, nay. If just remind everybody what we're doing at Mountain Ridge is we're doing 8 pickleball courts and a basketball court. We've had what happened to me? We've had the idea presented to us to paint the basketball court as both a combination futsal and basketball court. So this layout shows you what it would be as far as how it would be painted, and essentially the goals for futsal would be underneath the basketball court, the basketball hoops, because the basketball hoops overhang, if you will, and so the goals would be under there, and we would work that out. But what this would come with, the good part of it is it optimizes the use of the basketball court, meaning we understand that the futsal courts are very popular, but it also means that in the end we'd probably end up having public pressure call to fence the basketball court. Right now we weren't fencing the basketball court, and with futsal, it probably is going to be something where you're at least going to want to put 4-foot fences on the side and like 8-foot fences on the ends. But it is a very popular sport, and it probably would increase the likelihood that that basketball court is used at all times, either for basketball or futsal. Right now, the only decision we need to make is they're going to start striping these next week, and so it's, do we want to add the futsal stripes to it? But it comes with what is, we'll say, inevitable as a future bill for fencing, and it may be something where we just decide to fence it now. But it's an intriguing idea. That's why I say it's fun, because these are the fun things you get to choose.
So we need to know, would you like them as they stripe the basketball court, to stripe also for futsal, but with futsal could possibly have extra expense for fence?
Yes.
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 So if we do this, do we eliminate a soccer field?
Okay, so you've got your direction. Let's go ahead and we'll get this futsal line, and then we can look to see about the fencing later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll add the lines, we'll talk about fences later on, but generally that was a yes on the fencing, I think.
Yep. Okay, what's our second item?
Real quick, we've had a request from American Fork Irrigation Company to install cameras. We bring this to you because we recently talked about the cameras that are in Alpine and had that discussion. American Fork Irrigation Company is experiencing vandalism on some of their facilities. They would like to install some cameras in some specific locations, and then, as needed otherwise. They will only focus them on their water apparatus. They will, very similar to the cameras we looked at with the police. They're not going to focus them into somebody's yard, but they're trying to get an alert there when somebody's there, and doing some of the vandalism, and also potentially a picture of who's doing the vandalism. But these locations sit on property that Highland owns. So the irrigation facility's been there. They have an easement, a prescriptive easement in most cases, but the baseline property is property we own. So we wanted to get the feedback from the council, if you're okay with them putting up the cameras, again, with those conditions.
Okay.
No, are you okay with it?
I'm in agreement.
This is where American Fork Irrigation Company will be putting cameras on Highland City property, focusing on their wells or on their weir.
Yeah, just on their facilities, won't be focused any other way, but they don't want to put them on there without our permission, and we want to get feedback from the council, because it was, somewhat of a discussion and controversial item.
As long as it doesn't focus on somebody's private property.
I agree.
Okay, you got it, okay. Okay, actually, just as we look at future meetings, there's one you don't have down. Okay, you got the Planning Commission, but we also have a senior dinner that is going to be here on the, senior dinner is going to be the 26th of August. I'd recommend that. That's always good when we have a lot of our seniors that come out. So that's 26th of August, Saturday night, good meal. We have that there, and then you can see the others. So we have that special meeting that was here on the 12th, that we moved that one to we had the 12th, we've now added one on the 18th in here.
Right.
So.
And then I sent you an email on this, but Public Works is having like a quote-unquote thank you for keeping us from flooding lunch for all the extra work they did this spring. I told you the wrong date earlier. It's 1 o'clock at the community center on Thursday. We would love to have council join us if you're available.
Do we know what food, just so we can have it? Good. Okay, RL Barbecue, 1 o'clock on Thursday at the community center.
1 o'clock Thursday, community center.
We might be in a meeting, maybe we'll be out by then.
Yeah, I hope we're out by then.
Okay.
That's 3 hours.
Okay, Scott, you had a couple of things.
So I just want quick things. I listened to a lot of people as I was in the city council booth. Next year, I think we need to have big signs saying which it is, so we could, heard a lot of things. So first of all, I want the staff to know that I really appreciate all the work you did, especially on the flooding and things. However, one thing I heard a lot from the residents, and I know July was hot, but it seems like the city let the parkways burn up. And I'm sure it's a sprinkler thing, but I heard a lot of complaints about what the Alpine Highway looked at. And I'm just wanting to kind of pass these on. I'm not being real critical, but if it's a sprinkler issue or pipe issue or that, because a lot of times the citizens kind of grade what the city's doing on how it looks. So I just think we have to be careful. I think our parks by and large look great. So I just kind of wanted to pass that on. I'm not sure all the reasoning and different things on that, but there was concern. And a junk thing is Brittany and I have met with people, the fence, the Alpine fence, and my feeling is this. For years, the city had a 25% reserve, and I know the state the last 3 years has let us increase that, which we have tried to do. My feeling is I would like maybe for a year or two to keep the reserve at 25, and any excess we get, I'd like to see some things happen that would kind of help beautify our city. Now, one of them is the fence, and we've talked with them, and I've talked with people along there because they're my neighbors, and most of them are more than happy to kick in to restore that fence, put up a nice concrete fence. But we've kind of been throwing the idea, and I'd like to maybe get staff to look at this or bring this to the council, but we floated this idea that we maybe put together a grant fund from the city. So the people themselves are doing the bidding, they arrange for the contractors, they actually presented where they've got a contractor, Olympus, that said they could do the whole fence for $500,000. That's still a lot of money, but if we had some grants that individual citizens can maybe get to kind of help ease the cost, because there's been this, debate over the years whether it's city-owned or neighborhood-owned, but if you drive along that fence, it's falling apart. So the second part with that is we need to figure out the demolition. So I'm on the North Point Waste Management Transfer Station, and they have construction and demolition part that we have a landfill over in Fairfield, and the Harris Fine Arts building, which has been torn down at BYU, is over in that landfill. So I'd like to see staff to kind of look, maybe the city could help with the demolition of the pillars. Everybody that talks says we can get that wood fence down in an afternoon. It's the actual brick pillars that we don't know how to do that. So if you have some suggestions, maybe look at it. So that's kind of what I'd like to bring, but I think, Councilman, jump in, I'm talking too much, but Councilwoman Bills and I were thinking maybe putting together a fund of maybe $100,000. Now, it seems like a lot, but I think it would facilitate it and make the city look good. Okay, so another quote, I'm going to be real quick because I know we've got this closed session. But I think I'd like the staff, if they would, to kind of look at the Timpanogos Highway and the interest in the city. There's a lot of trees that look pretty bad, and I know it's the salt and all that stuff, but maybe we could kind of come up with a plan how to make that look better. Now, ideally, it'd be nice to xeriscape it all, but, you know, that's very pricey. But if there's some things that we could do short-term, because I worry about, as we drive into Highland sometimes, I mean, parts of it looks good, parts don't look so good, but maybe we can work together to make it all look better. Anything you want to jump in and say?
I agree.
No, and just to be, Aaron, we were talking actually today about some of the dead grasses up there. If you look, it's that park strip that's bad, there along Alpine, or the Timpanogos Highway, but back behind looks good. So we're having some issues with sprinklers and.
Sure. Along 400 also, Heritage Park.
Where they have a lot of dead.
Yeah, lots of dead grass, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, if you come to my yard, I probably have some too. So.
Yeah, well, my yard's not perfect. So one last thing, real quick. It would be good on the road maintenance and to reprioritize some cities. So I talked to you about 5320 West. It's a branch off of my neighborhood. Nothing's been done on that road for 25 years, only bare maintenance. And it's going to be hard to explain to people in my neighborhood that we're resurfacing Canal Boulevard, which is 2 years old, when they have a street that hasn't had anything done for a long time. And there's a whole list of streets that are just future on your map. I looked at it at the fling. So it'd be nice to kind of reprioritize that, but you know, I kind of beg that we think about doing that road because it's really bad, and I have to hear about it weekly. And so, you know, and it's not my road, it's into Quail Hollow. It's not part of our neighborhood, it's an adjunct off. So, you know, just to kind of think about it, we've talked about it in the past, if there's any way possible.
Yeah, and there were a few questions at the fling about not just that one, but about the roads that weren't marked. One more thing I wanted to say about the fence is if we set up some kind of a grant situation, we would also like there to be some agreement that the fence is on the homeowner property and that then it's not the city's responsibility after that.
Right, because I think right now it's 50-50, isn't it? I mean, we've looked at different things.
So just make it clear going forward.
Yeah. So just things to talk about, maybe bring back.
Okay.
That we hear is from the citizens.
Okay, anything else, Aaron, at all, that needs to come before? We do have a closed session. We need to make a motion to go into closed session about imminent litigation, so that we just need to go talk about some litigation issues.
So moved.
Have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're now in closed session. It is 10:42. Let's plan on being in there within the next 3 to 5 minutes.